Okay, so you should be able to unmute and state your name and where you live, and then we'll give you 3 minutes to tell us what you think.
There we go. Am I the only one?
You are.
Okay. Um, I'm Tom Elliott. I live in Georgetown. And the reason I'd like to speak is to address uh, the way that the Colorado Redistricting Committee has put Clear Creek County in Congressional District 3. And I just want to point out, and I hope I get, I know I have some of your support, but I'd just like to point out that we have far more advantages to remaining with either in Congressional District 2 or in the configured District 7, which is most of Jefferson County and a large chunk of Douglas County. Um, you know, we everybody heads east. If you're employed, you may well work east of here and not west for the most part. Um, if you need to see a doctor, I realize there's a very good service agent or hospital in Frisco, which many people use, but most of our medical facilities, most of our mental health facilities are associated with our eastern neighbors, and particularly Jefferson County. Um, we have similar interests with Gilpin County and have been since territorial days because of our common mining background. Uh, ha having we're one of the few eastern slope counties that remain or that are in the proposed third district. And I can't imagine, unless the representative elected from Clear Creek County, which is very doubtful, uh, I can't imagine many visits from a congressperson on the western slope from Steamboat Springs or Grand Junction or Durango. Uh, we have a lot of other connections, and I know I appreciate, George, your replying to me. Uh, Apparently, most of our local jobs are associated with the eastern counties, and we're members of DRCOG. We just have so many connections uh, with the east and few comparatively with the west that I think the interests of the citizens of Clear Creek County would be much better served if we belonged to either the second, remained in the second district, or joined the new uh, configured seventh district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. And I think you're already aware, but we do have a work session to discuss this at 11:30 today.
Yes, thank you. I'll join you.
All right. Do I have anyone else for public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Who wants to get us started?
I guess stuff of note. I had a discussion with Nick Farber with HPTE regarding Floyd Hill operating hours, and you know, they haven't been decided yet, but they're looking towards wanting to have it open as much as possible. And so it was a kind of a impromptu thing, and I let him know I'm commissioner number one, and so ultimately a decision that, you know, a decision that's radical in any sense would need to, at least if they were looking for an opinion, we'd look to the whole commission as well as others involved too. And that was just last night late. And they're looking at Floyd Hill. What they would like to do is run Floyd Hill itself as a 24/7 managed lane, meaning it would always be open. And so that's something that we need. They're just considering it at this time among their different options. So anyway, I just thought I'd let you know that they're thinking about that whenever that gets completed. I can't think of anything else to burn up this time with today. There's a bunch of other stuff that happened this last week, but I don't think there's anything that we need to, in case there's an important use of this time for anything else.
I don't have much. I thought we might want to discuss, we all received an email from Chris Rourke with Senator Hickenlooper's office. He asked if we wanted an update on infrastructure negotiations and if we wanted to do, talk about our submittals to, what is it, the congressionally directed spending. I'm interested in the latter, help put together that application. And if you guys would like to join in that meeting, I think there's definitely a space for that. We just would need to post it. And then, I mean, it kind of your pleasure. I mean, we could have Chris come and talk about the infrastructure bill. I mean, the key question being, how might this impact our budgets?
Right. I think it would be I'd like to be in it, so I'd like to see it posted and show up. Either have it be part of our meeting or hold a separate meeting, but post it publicly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it seems like something to talk about in public.
On both topics? Okay, great. Then any of the three of us could do it, but I'll go ahead and respond to him and just get him in touch with Beth and get him on the schedule.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say, George, do you want me to just call him and set something up on y'all's agenda in the coming weeks? And I have his email and everything. I can set it for you if you want.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, particularly if you don't see an email from me introducing, which sometimes I follow through. The only other thing, this is just a quick heads up about CARES ideas and CARES money. Just a quick refresh. New ideas that were not on the list we presented to you a couple weeks ago that cost more than $5,000 will need to come in front of this board, which is great. And so there are two ideas that we are exploring right now that would probably would cost enough that we would come and talk to you about it. One of them is to work with a PR firm to help motivate all of the folks that we know are willing to get a vaccine and haven't yet made their appointment to, get them to take some action in the short term. So that's something that we've been talking to some vendors, and some scopes of work are being prepared. And just my own opinion is that would be, if we can meaningfully change vaccination rates, that would be a great use of money.
Money is the last part's the key, which is, I mean, at this point, I wonder how effective it would be. So that any sort of data that would indicate that we would get results would be pretty important, I think.
Yeah, and I think we're all in a nonviolent agreement that it's a good idea to have some professionals look at us and see what kind of an impact they think they could have, and that's what this would be for. Is that right, George? Do I understand correctly?
Exactly that. Yeah.
Okay.
And the kinds of campaigns that have been recommended, one is, what we more traditionally think of as marketing, like ad serving. The other one, somebody recommended that we reach out to like a social marketing firm that does more like direct phone calling and that kind of thing. And so we're sort of exploring those options with the knowledge that if we want to spend more than $5,000, we'll come to the board and benefit from your intelligence, frankly. So the other idea that we are tossing around in partnership with the rec district and potentially the library and possibly others, doing a series of maybe activities is the best phrase, that are intended to address like subacute behavioral health and just like, what we're all going through and went through over this last year, where, maybe we don't have a behavioral health emergency, but we're not better off than we were a year and a half ago. And so having some sort of sub-therapeutic interventions into that, where people can show up and maybe do some art or talk about their experience, or, you know, that kind of thing. And rather than the rec district's model is to charge for stuff like that. And so what we are thinking about is, could we pay the rec center so that those classes could be free? Maybe the library wants to get involved. They got excited about financial literacy. And then I think a focus on, you know, like aging and intergenerational communication, interaction, whatever that is, just to try to start to shake the dust off our community interactions, for lack of a better term. So that's another concept that's being explored.
Well, I'd be in favor of that. I think as long as it was informed, as long as on the team that was choosing the actions that were going to be done, it was informed by like mental health professionals. If that's, for example, when you start talking about, you know, sub-therapeutic actions like working on art and things like that, if the choice of those actions and their creation was informed by mental health professionals or mental health professional, singular or plural, or however so we've employed that, rather than have us sit around and think about what we think works, you know, just have it be. And that's the only caveat I would hope that on the team would be somebody that would be saying, yeah, here's some ideas, here's the things that have traditionally worked, and here's what we like to see. But otherwise, I'm generally in favor of what you just described.
I like the concept too. And I kind of put it also in the context of what are some looming long-term problems that have financial implications that are going to be in front of us soon. And one of the ones I've mentioned a few times is 4-day school causing kids with nothing to do, some kids with nothing to do for one day out of the week. And what you're describing are things that would be enriching activities potentially for that community as well. And just kind of philosophically, I like the idea of looking at this as a way of creating budget relief for other problems that are, you know, legally related to what the purpose of these funds are, right, rather than, you know, just being as strategic as we can. But I mean, the concept I really like.
Right. Proactive instead of reactive is what I hear Sean saying. Let's get out front and build it. And what George is saying too, get out front and use. It's a small investment in creating a healthier community to begin with. Yeah,
and I'll say one thing that's, I mean, I mentioned the whole free thing with the buses, which I think made a lot of sense just because it was probably costing us more money to administer our fee system than it was raising revenue, and it was inconvenient. Somebody once told me that the Swahili word for free and worthless is the same word. And I think if you don't have any, I think there's I think having charging a price for something is not a bad thing. I think a lot of people can afford something, and it gives them a vested interest, and a lot of people follow their money. So I don't mind subsidizing things, making things absolutely free. I mean, everyone's suspicious of free. And so I would just throw a little caution flag up around that.
Okay. Appreciate the feedback, and we'll certainly work that in. To Randy, to your point about needing, you know, expert guidance. I think you're absolutely right. I think we need that just from a we want this to work perspective, and we need that from a we want this to be justified perspective.
Credibility.
Right. We need to know, like, when the auditor shows up, they're going to say, how did you know that this was going to work? And we're going to need to be able to say, well, we had an expert take a look at it.
Yeah.
I think we have in our human services department, whether it's our director or one of the therapists that contracts with us, I think we might have that expertise in-house. But my intention is to rely on Sarah to make that evaluation, and we could look at a JCMH or somebody else if she feels she doesn't have that expertise.
And I'm not suggesting that it needs to be someone beyond in-house. I just, you know, for example, if it's the rec district deciding these things, and the rec district should do that in collaboration with our mental health professionals if we're funding it for the purpose of improving mental health outcomes, as an example.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's all I have to discuss, which is great because And Sean, I'm sorry if I filibustered all your time.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. The next thing on the agenda, so that closes county commissioner updates. The next thing on the agenda is an executive session. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or developing strategy for negotiations and/or instructing negotiators with regard to fundraising for the Clear Creek Collaborative Care Center.
Second. And did you send the link yet?
Yes, I sent it about 15 minutes ago. Would you like me to?
There it is. Got it.
Got it.
I just wasn't all the way to the top.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We are scheduled back on the public agenda at 9:45.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I can tell you're in your car.
Yeah, I've got a couple appointments in Denver this morning.
Right on. All right. Well, be safe.
Yes. How's your day going?
Busy already.
Good.
Yeah. Hey,
Are you here tomorrow?
no,
Okay.
a minute. Are you back at home later today?
I will be.
Okay. I might give you a shout.
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Here they come.
Okay.
We're back. Get started here in just a moment. Okay, it is 9:45. The next item on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution 21-51, adopting amended and restated regulations for the regulation of and licensing of marijuana business establishments. And Nanette, I see that you are the presenter on this.
I am. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
So how are you? Okay. So these are just the revisions that we talked about at the work session to adjust the hours of operation and to revise the terminology for the medical center to medical store to match the state's terminology. In going through the regulations, you'll see a few other minor housekeeping type changes that were made to just match the current verbiage that the state uses to refer to the Colorado Marijuana Code, as both the medical and retail codes were kind of combined into one area in the statute. So we took care of that. And that's pretty much all the changes that we made. I mean, it looks like a lot in the red line version, but they're very minor in nature, just like I said, housekeeping type things.
Thank you for that. I don't think I have any questions. I know we got to have a work session on this in the recent past.
Yeah.
Questions, comments, Sean or Randy?
I looked at it before. It looks fine to me.
Yep.
Excellent.
Maybe just and I know you did this once already, so maybe I don't need to ask this, but is there any other context just for the public and people watching that could help them understand what we're doing here?
Well, what we did is the state had changed the name of the medical marijuana center license to medical marijuana store. Our regulations still referred to it as a medical marijuana center, so we just changed that to match the terminology for the state. So it's now referred to as a medical marijuana store license. And then the other big thing was that we expanded the hours of operation for medical stores and retail stores to match the hours permitted for operation by the state. Ours ended, I think, at 8 o'clock, and now we are allowing them to operate until 12 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
And I think you did state most of that earlier, so sorry for making you repeating yourself.
That's okay.
Any other comment, or do I have a motion? Randy, you're muted.
I move we approve resolution 21-51, adopting amended and restated regulations for the regulation and licensing of marijuana business establishments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. Our consent agenda is in 10 minutes at 10 a.m. I wonder if we could take 5 minutes and then start the consent agenda 5 minutes early so that we can give the full 30 minutes to Mountain News Network.
Sounds good to me.
That sounds good. I would just request we pull out number 2 to discuss and vote on separately.
Okay. Then we will take a quick break here and be back at 9:55.
Okay. If we're taking a quick break,
We'll get started in just a moment here.
Hey, Beth, can you hear me? This is Laura. Hey, we need Seattle Schuessler and we need Aiden Kokol also.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And you might, Beth, I see that Dan Ebert is here. And I know he's on the CCEDC board. He might be able to help us understand item number 2 that Sean asked for some discussion on.
Gotcha.
And to all the Mountain Youth Network folks on the line, we have a consent agenda that we will take up just as soon as all 3 of us are back. We may not start precisely at 10.
No worries.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to read the consent agenda. We've already had a request to pull item number 2. Sean, would you prefer to discuss that now or after we address it?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I want to recuse myself from this vote. I have a personal financial interest in one of the businesses mentioned in it, and then out of an abundance of caution, talking to Peter, I'm just going to recuse myself.
Okay. In that case, Randy, I'm just going to read item number 2. We can handle that one, and then we can address the rest of the consent agenda. So item number 2 is consideration of approval of Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation Business Loan Fund Contract Amendment Request.
Okay. I expected that from our discussion right before the break. So are you looking for a motion for the consent agenda at this point in time?
I'm looking for a motion just on that item that Sean has recused from, or comment, or however if you're ready for a motion.
So just item number 2.
Correct.
So yeah, you're looking for a motion to pull it out. Is that what you're asking for? I'm missing something here.
I'm looking for a motion to approve it or comments on it if you have comments.
No, I have no comments on it. And I'm happy to make a motion to approve item number 2 from the consent agenda separately.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let the record show that Sean Wood has recused himself. Congratulations to the CCEDC. And I'll go ahead and read the rest of the consent agenda now. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 3, consideration of approval of forest receipts allocation agreement for 2020 forest receipts distributed in 2021 between Clear Creek County and Clear Creek School District RE1. Item number 4, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-54, authorizing the disposal of 4 Clear Creek County vehicles and authorizing the change of disposal method for a vehicle previously authorized for disposal. Item number 5, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-55, rescinding COVID quarantine policy. I might just ask for a quick readout for the benefit of anyone listening about what the rescission of that COVID quarantine policy means.
So that was actually done, I believe at the last meeting, or it might have been 2 meetings ago, where the board approved it at the recommendation of Dr. Ryan. But a resolution itself wasn't attached on the agenda. So this is really ratifying the action that the board has previously taken. This only has to do with travel restrictions, so that if somebody's traveling, the quarantining procedures that our policy originally had no longer are active. Kate's now on the line. If she has any questions, she'd want to add to that.
No, that's exactly it. It was just our travel policy that we had put into place back in 2020. Now all of this fun stuff with COVID, and according to Tim Ryan, we no longer need to have that. So.
Okay, and then just that's for county employees. So I don't have any other questions. Sean, Randy, do you?
Nope.
Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented, minus item number 2, which has already been addressed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is the consent agenda. Next up is an update with the Mountain Youth Network. I see that we have Laura Robertson here, as well as a number of staff and participants. Laura, the floor is yours.
Let me unmute. Thank you for having us, first of all. And today will just be, we probably don't need a full 30 minutes, but what we're going to do is a quick update. And then we're going to hand it off to the young folks and have sort of a youth forum today too. Just that'll probably be no more than 15 minutes. So I'm going to start by updating everybody on some funding items and some recent partnerships. So, but first, I just want to tell you that our showcase at the beginning of June was really successful. There was a lot of networking, and we actually added some new members to the coalition. So it was a really nice event, and we had close to 40 people show up. So it was very good. It was really nice. So yeah, thanks for everybody who came. And as it relates to our funding, just kind of an exciting milestone, you might say, is we are ending our first 5-year cycle of funding from CDPHE for the Communities That Care initiative. Tomorrow marks the end of the first 5-year cycle for CTC funding. And that means that July 1st marks the beginning of a new 5-year cycle. So we will have ended up with 10 years of funding from CDPHE for this work we're doing in the community. And it's really exciting. And hopefully that means we are on the way to sustainability. I think it does actually, so yay. And then also tomorrow marks the end of the first fiscal year of the 5-year cycle that we have for funding with the Office of Behavioral Health through the Colorado Department of Human Services. And then we'll have 4 more years of funding from them. So that is exciting as well, finishing the first year with OBH. And then the third item on the funding update is El Pomar Foundation has offered to increase funding for the work that we're doing, including some organizational development, contract services, and administration. So that is going to be really helpful. We are kind of taking over some of the financial reporting and accounting pieces from our public health admin. So that will be helpful to be able to fund that a little bit. And then finally, Team Evergreen is donating bike helmets, and we are getting that sorted out. And the amount is $1,000 to purchase 20 helmets from the Evergreen Bicycle Outfitters. And what are we going to do with bike helmets? We don't have bikes, but we are planning some development of a mountain biking activity, and we can let you know more about that when Ben Shea returns from his trip in late August. So we will give you a further update on that. But helmets, yay! That's awesome.
I can chime into that for just a little bit more detail. That we're just in discussion about potentially utilizing unused extra bikes in the community due to the shortage of cycling things all over from COVID. And yeah, we're still in conversation about that, but with the hopes of potentially forming a bike team for Clear Creek and offering bike usage free of charge for students, just as a part of a growing gear library that we're developing.
And yeah, and in partnership with the Project Bike Tech at the school district as well. So, but yeah, things are happening. And then I guess if we move into partnerships, Mountain Youth Network has partnered with the Mountain Pedicabs and the Seniors Project Support to offer free rides to senior citizens on a couple days a week, especially now that they don't have their VOA transportation, is my understanding. So these pedicab drivers, Seattle is one of them, and they've been showing up on Wednesday and Thursday and running the seniors to the post office or to the Safeway or just around town for a nice ride in the sun. So that's been going over very well. And the boys have raised a little bit of money to cover the cost of their new t-shirts for pedicabbing. Argo, the Mighty Argo, Tommy Knockers, and Mountain Youth Network are all contributing to cover the cost of t-shirts. And it does cover some advertising they have their logos on the back of the shirts. So high visibility for those folks sitting in those pedicabs. The next partnership item is our Clear Creek Trails project that we're working with James and crew at Clear Creek. We're working with the school district, obviously, for this school property trail. And the trail building will begin in just a few weeks, July 26th. And thank you, commissioners, for agreeing to help us fund the youth trail cruise. And there are approximately 8 students right now that have signed up to be on those trail crews. So that should be a really fun project. And I understand that James and the Teamworks crews are going to work on it for 1 week before our local youth cruise gets started. So hopefully it'll be a quick project and the trail will be really fun and it'll be accessible to all the students since it's right there on the campus. We do have a sponsorship campaign still about to launch, and that will cover supplies and materials for signage and kiosks and fitness stations and reflection stations and any educational stations that we determine are going to be good for that trail. All right, and then a new concept, a new partnership has just developed. We created a task force for a new skate park in Idaho Springs. And we have a few young people, and we have the school district and Mountain Youth Network and the rec center working together to begin discussions about where and when and how to fund a new skate park. And it's very early, there's not a lot to say, but I wanted to bring it up simply because if anybody has suggestions for who really should be on this task force, that'd be great to know if anybody has some ideas for who to include to help these kids build a new skate park. So think about it. You don't have to tell me right now, but if you can all think of even funders to seek out or just people that would be useful to have at the table, that'd be great. Finally, we are working with Easter Seals, the school district and the rec center on potential outdoor learning opportunities and working through the potential 5th day programming opportunities that we're going to have coming up in not this upcoming school year, but the next. We're going to be testing some activities at Easter Seals over this next school year, just to try on some Fridays and see how that looks, and try to shuttle some young people up to the Rocky Mountain Village. It's a beautiful place, and it's a great place to have any kind of outdoor activity. And we've already done a few things up there. We've gone on a snowshoe hike and a couple of hikes, and the school district is starting to use the space a little more, and Kids Corner has been up there this summer. So anyway, we're working together with them to develop outdoor education opportunities. And with that, Any questions about any of the funding updates or partnership updates or suggestions or comments? All right, then. So go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about the positive youth development workshop you had? I really wanted to attend and then my calendar got away from me.
Sure, just very briefly, and I'll let Becca jump in too. It was about 6 or 7 people attended the training, and it basically goes over this concept of positive youth development and how to approach working with young people. And I guess in a nutshell, it covers the concept that teenagers just have a lot on their plate. They're going through so many developmental changes. And while I know it's been a long time since I've been a teenager, I don't really remember how stressful it was, but there's a big part of the training is around just how much is going on developmentally for teenagers and how important it is to engage them in a meaningful way. So, I mean, there's a couple chunks of information as we go through the training, but in a nutshell, that is it. And we'd love to share any handouts or any of the exercises we could just explain to you. And it's a fun training. It's really kind of opens your eyes and reminds you about how to perceive teenagers and how to kind of approach them with the lens of just developmental issues and big projects they have going on developmentally. So I don't know, Becca, anything else? That was just kind of me off the cuff there.
Yeah, it's something that I really think is a lot of fun and really important because it really does. I mean, it's the backbone of our work, is creating opportunities and skill building and authentic relationships with our young people. So we will be hosting another training sometime in this year, and we'll push that out with enough advance notice, because the goal is to really promote these concepts and give that developmental background of working with young people community-wide. So I've already spoken to the new police chief. I guess he's not that new anymore. He's been here for a few months now, but he has offered a time for us to give that training to his officers when they do their regular training, and I think they also pair with another county. So we would love for, I mean, anyone who's interested, whether it's business owners, people who are educators. We had the school district, the advocates, and some mental health professionals represented in this last training. So it's really great. And we love to offer it to our own community, because there's other communities statewide that offer it. And when we do it for our own community, it's just an incredible opportunity to brainstorm all the possibilities for the future generations in Clear Creek. So
that really makes for a perfect segue to Hannah and the young people. The presentation they're going to give you sheds a little more light on this topic. And so I'll hand off to Hannah now. And I believe, Hannah needs the presenter rights so she can share the, awesome. Very good.
Great, thank you. So just to intro the presentation that they put together, Mountain Youth Network and TREC, and just kind of as a refresher, utilize evidence-based tools and methods based on the CTC model from the University of Washington. And so one of those researched and evidence-based components is the social development strategy, which is kind of summarized in this presentation as SOAR, skills, opportunities, and recognition. So the young people are going to be discussing how to effectively include youth in the work you're doing. And it's a great tool for any adult who wants to empower youth but doesn't quite know what works well or how to go about that. It's like a great methodical tool to be able to use, and who better to hear it from than the students themselves. So I will be sharing my screen and we'll get started.
All right, so to begin our presentation, like Hannah said, we're using the SOAR acronym, which stands for Skills, Opportunities, and Recognition. And this will play an important factor throughout our whole presentation.
Okay, so how do youth reach their full potential? Basically, the way this works is by first minimizing risk factors. So exposure can lead to unhealthy behaviors, such as substance use, delinquency, or mental health. And then it can really be found everywhere. So this can be in the school, a community, or in personal relationships. In our community, we've identified low neighborhood attachment as one of our risk factors. And then Aiden will talk about it a little bit more in the next slide. But to get into protective factors, while minimizing these risk factors, you want to enhance your protective factors because they basically act as a shield or a buffer to the risk factors. And then in our community, pro-social involvement is the example that we use.
So like Hannah mentioned earlier, we use the CTC model, and it works by identifying risk and protective factors in the community, and then it guides the selection of strategies to build protective factors against the risk factors, and it's like a 5-step process. So one example is like we identified the risk of low neighborhood attachment in Clear Creek, which led to the community mapping strategy, which was a protective strategy because it led to youth wanting a drop-in center, which connects them to more opportunities in the community.
Okay, and then here is the social development strategy, the little diagram that they use to explain it. So on the side, you'll see the 3 signs: opportunity, skills, and recognition. And basically by providing opportunities and teaching the necessary and proper skills, and then recognizing youth for their achievement, their progress, all of that, individuals are able to grow and create bonds with not only people, but the community. And then with these clear standards and like ideas, they're able to be on the path to healthy behavior.
So like Chloe said, a big part of that was bonding. And this is because youth who are bonded to an adult are more likely to feel connected and valued, especially to their community. So try to think about an adult that made an impact on your life. Like, how did they talk to you? Did they give you skills to succeed? Did they listen? And did they give you opportunities to do something meaningful? And then try to think about doing the same things with a young person in your life that you can make a connection and bond with.
So how does bonding develop? So basically we use the SOAR method and we provide opportunities such as the pumpkin smash, Mountain Youth Network biking, and the presentation team. And through those opportunities, we teach skills to the students. And through these skills, after they have completed their said opportunity, we provide the students with recognition. And through this recognition, bonding starts to take place not only with the people who are providing the opportunities, but we also want these students to not only bond with them, but with the places that they're taking place at, such as the schools, the park, hopefully our new skate park once that's completed, and places like that.
So when providing opportunities, it can be kind of overwhelming at first, like, how should I do this correctly? So how to provide these opportunities. They don't need to be grand gestures. Anything simple works as long as you're making an effort, but just try to make sure that they're age appropriate, they fit young person's abilities and interests, and make sure to, most importantly, show the young person that they are valued.
And then here's kind of a list of some opportunities in Clear Creek County that we've already had. So Charlie's Place, a student was basically able to have an internship where they, created a bond and connection with the community. Personally, I've been mostly involved with Trek Teen Council and the presentation team. However, Pumpkin Smash, Clear Creek County Trails, and 4-H STEM are also great examples of some of these
So when giving opportunities, you want to make sure you're providing youth with skills effectively. So you can do this by promoting and motivating learning, giving clear and effective instructions, and then give specific and tangible steps and then model those steps. Most importantly, don't make any assumptions on previous knowledge and always give positive feedback.
Now, along with providing recognition, you want to make sure that you're providing the right type of recognition towards students. So it's important to be very sincere with it. Even if the student messes up, make sure to find something good about it. Very specific with it, find something positive and make it personal to the students. Say their name first, draw attention to them, make them feel loved. That really helps with the bonding piece as well. You want to make sure to praise their effort, their progress, and overall, once they achieve that goal, achieve that project, you really want to make sure that you praise that towards the student, because it provides very good positive recognition that helps lead to healthy behaviors and therefore leads to good bonding.
So what about you? How can you make these changes and developments? You can model healthy behaviors, set standards for behavior together as a group, support involvement in healthy activities, and be consistent and patient. And here's a quote from a Clear Creek Middle School student saying that this is because we are the future, kind of stapling that these bonds and everything make such an impact to us, and they'll help us grow to make the future even better with these bonds that we have made.
And then here we've got some pictures that maybe you've seen on our website or, on our Instagram, but the one where everybody's wearing yellow, that was from a couple years ago, our Digger Dash. And then we've got some pictures of breakfast meetings and just meetings in general. And, we hope that you guys are able to come up with some opportunities or maybe an idea you can get some more youth involved. And thank you for listening.
All right. Anything else, Hannah, or any questions or comments from our group or our panelists?
I just wanted to say thanks, first of all, for all the good work you guys are doing. And I had two questions. One of them is, what support can we provide? Is there anything else that we as a board can do to help your efforts other than giving you some kudos right now? And the second one was, I'm curious with the 5-year cycles, whether there's any kind of a readout or any sort of accountability that the state requires of us or CDPHE in terms of, you guys had these goals, you had this amount of funding, you had these programs, were you able to accomplish, what you set out to accomplish? So anyway, those are my two thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, well, let me address the deliverables and the scope of work that we were contracted for with CDPHE. Yes, absolutely held accountable for the activities that we promised. And we do report every quarter to CDPHE on that progress. And we also have a final sort of community plan that is assembled, and that is actually for the public, and we'd be happy to share that. I will say that Clear Creek County very early on really led the pack in terms of making progress through this Communities That Care process, and I really do attribute that to the community. We had a lot of very involved community members who just really wanted to see this work done. I think that there was a gap to fill as it related to youth opportunities. And I believe that is really also very much a part of the reason that we've had success and we've gotten really great traction. And anything else, Becca, that you want to say about the CTC deliverables or the pieces that we're accountable to?
Yeah, a lot of our goals around it were decreasing substance use among youth. And it was really powerful to go ahead and see the results. We analyzed the 2019 data and I mean, it's downward trends, which is something to celebrate. We shared a bit of that data with you last time. But yeah, it's a very, I don't know if rigorous is the right word to use, but we're definitely held to quite a bit when it comes to that funding, and would happily share all the information that we have to give to them to show that these efforts, because it is data driven. So it's not just, we hope this works out, thanks for the money. It's actually seeing how it impacts their community. And I think that as we're finalizing our report that's due tomorrow, we're just reflecting so much on collaboration within our community. It's something that we're so excited to be a part of how, I mean, we credit Clear Creek as a whole, of all the entities that got involved, and the people really care about this work. So.
Okay, well, thanks, Laura, and thanks, Becca, and also thanks, students. I was really impressed with how polished you guys are, and I look forward to being able to have this meeting in person sometime soon.
Yeah, I would like to go back to Sean's good question from a little bit ago about having achieved your goals, and I think you answered it in the context of, you know, your contract, you know, to deliver. And but there's always, you know, there's the contract, and then there's what you got in your heart, what you're working on, you know, what you care about. And so not to put you on the spot, but to hear how you feel about the work of the last, you know, 3 years or however long it's been now. I'm not even sure. I can't remember, 3 or 4. 5 now. God, I couldn't even. Sorry, I wasn't. How you feel about the work you're doing personally with regard to what you're hoping to achieve in addition to what the contract requires?
Well, I will say that this is far beyond anything I could have imagined was going to result from that little grant we got 5 years ago. It wasn't really little. It was, I think the total grant for the last 5 years, I think was over 700,000. And then moving forward for the next 5 years, they are giving us more money. And so we're over $1 million on over the next 5 years. But just, it was really surprising, and it really blew my mind, to be honest, how well this effort succeeded. It just had to be that we needed something like this in the community. And I mean, maybe I worked a little hard, and the people around me worked hard with me, but really I believe it overall, it speaks to the need and the willingness in the community to participate and make these things happen for our young people. And the results in terms of the reduction in substance use is, I guess, I didn't expect to see that either, but we have seen really positive results from the data, as well as just from the culture, I believe, among the students and the teachers and just the whole school district. And I'm sure that's got to do with their leadership as well. But really beyond my imagination as it was when I came into this. And the team is just incredible now, and we've got great people doing great work, and all the youth that are involved, they're amazing. Chloe, Seattle, Aiden, Bridget, you guys, great job. But yeah, and Randy, I don't know if you noticed that we quoted you on that last slide. Did you see that? Anyway, it went something like this. Randy Wheelock said, "Mountain Youth Network and Trek Teen Council are a positive force in our community." And, you know, that gave us a lot of ammunition.
Well, I guess, you know, there is I think more and more, certainly all 3 county commissioners here have expressed in different ways in the last couple of years, the importance of dealing with mental and behavioral health in our community. Everything about our CHAPS assessments, it goes way beyond trying to change youth behavior. It's through our entire community. And they say most of what you learn by the time you're 5 years old. And the rest of it, you're just filling in details and stuff, and so a lot of stuff that, so beyond 5 years old, though, throughout our youth, we established a lot of patterns and attitudes in our lives. And so it seems that the work that you are doing is foundational, but also that the success that you've shown means that as we're moving forward into a brave new world of trying to, through our, for example, our collaborative care, center, to try to destigmatize the kinds of things you're addressing preemptively here, means that you really need to be really important players in helping inform how we try to do this work for our entire community. You have to have learned things that can help us as a community move forward and help do the same kind of work for the whole community across the age spectrum. So that's just something that's popping into my head as I was partially paying attention and listening to all of it, and then daydreaming and thinking about it a little bit. What it means. What it means for the ability for the youth to build a community that they're still going to be part of and hope they remain part of. So anyway, that's why I asked that question about what in your heart of hearts helped drive you to get where you are and what you got done.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wheelock, if I could say something really quick. When you're talking about having the students involved and all this and how they're like really into it, I'm sorry, I spaced out who asked the question, but he asked that what can you guys do to help specifically?
Right.
I feel like a lot of students in our county actually don't really know what you guys do for the community and for the students in general. And I think that one thing that you guys could really do to help the students get involved more would maybe, this might be a stretch, but to participate and hold one of your guys' meetings at a school, maybe the high school, and really get the students who actually want to attend, there. And so they actually know what happens and what goes on, or to even like on the things that you guys are approving and your policies and all that sorts of stuff towards the community, have a survey, go in and ask the students what they think about those, and see what their opinions are and get some feedback from the students directly yourselves. It would be really good, I think, for the students to see their county commissioners in person.
Well,
Great suggestion. Mm-hmm.
We used to do rolling meetings where we went around the county and held a few meetings. We didn't, but our predecessors did that. And then and then COVID kind of also made that a little bit more difficult. But as we go back into real life, that's an interesting thought. And if there was any place that it might be meaningful, that would be it. And part of the reason I say that is because our, now that we've run Zoom meetings, and we're, as a general policy, are thinking that we want all of our meetings in the future, even in person, to be hybrid and have that Zoom potential. For the youth, the problem is our meetings are on Tuesdays during the day, and certainly during the school year, that's not a real opportune time to come in and observe a meeting. So if there's any place that we were to do this, it seems like to do something like that in the school is a great suggestion. And I see George unmuted, so I should just stop talking.
I don't have a ton that's meaningful to add. I think that Sean and Randy I agree with everything that was said. Want to congratulate some of the students on the screen here. I've seen you do this a handful of times, and I know how hard you work on it, and I know how awkward and uncomfortable it is to present publicly. And I see that you've gotten better, and that's great. And so that's me practicing the things you just taught me. I'm very enthusiastic about this program. Youth development is really important. It's not going to be too long before you all are trying to solve the challenges that we all are creating, or maybe not addressing rapidly enough for all of you to have good outcomes. We're definitely going to leave some work for you. So I appreciate that you're focusing on scaling up, and you're going to have an opportunity to make a real difference to the planet and to future generations.
Thank you, George. And Chloe and Seattle. Oh. Zoom's not awkward at all.
Sorry. I also wanted to go back to that ask of, again, how we can support this work going forward, and especially with COVID restrictions going away for the most part. There is great opportunity for those positive youth development trainings. The students, the goal of this SOAR presentation is actually to do it throughout the community, to businesses, different county entities, encouraging attendance for that positive youth development training. Because what we found out with this grant called Communities That Care is we truly, as cheesy as it might sound, we have a community that cares. And so our role is to be able to inform, to educate, to train and bring up of how to support our young people even better, to create those bonds where they are part of a community they want to come back to and they want to invest in. And we have such incredible, powerful examples of adults, even within this group, of coming back and investing into their own community. And we want to see that in our young people as well. So there is a lot of opportunity, and as we're able to come together more, like Seattle said, it's so important to be able to see these faces, because truly Clear Creek County does care about our teens and our young people, and they need to be very much aware of that and reminded of that, because it does affect their choices and we have healthier outcomes.
Thank you, Becca. All right. Well, Chloe in Seattle will be heading off to college in August, but you will be seeing Bridget and Aiden again, I'm sure, around this next year. And so thank you again, commissioners, for having us today and giving us a chance to give you an update and let the youth share some useful lessons about them. Thank you.
I was thinking about something I said a moment ago too that was oxymoronic as soon as it popped out of my mouth, and I actually received a text from somebody giving me a hard time about it afterwards, but when I said that about, well, we could go to the schools, and because it's difficult for you to come to our Zoom meetings, and I thought, well, what's the difference between our coming to the schools and students being allowed to attend our meeting as a school exercise, to the fact that anytime it's pertinent, important, what's on the agenda is important, especially and of interest. Our meetings are accessible by Zoom. So I want to throw that out too, that we would welcome anytime that it is deemed appropriate and not interfering with the other parts of education that occur in the school, that to attend our meetings, we would welcome having student involvement in our meetings at any time via Zoom because of its ease. I mean, you've got tablets and laptops and stuff in school all the time, and grab your Chromebook, and if the teacher says it's worthwhile, come to our meeting, especially if there's an agenda topic that you want to be there for, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. And anyway, just thought I'd throw that out.
Yeah, no, I just want to build on that too. Seattle, I think that's a good idea. And I think we will soon have the technical chops to be able to host our BOCC meetings, both at the courthouse with Zoom access and maybe elsewhere. So I look forward to that. And I think it would be really fun to do that, or at least part of it there at the school.
Well, I'm glad you guys think that. And thank you for all your support.
I also would love to pull that off. Just throwing it out there.
Commissioners, could I say something just really quick? I just want to give a big shout out of thanks to the Mountain Youth Network. They helped me last weekend with the infamous Slacker half marathon. I know it seems like an easy thing to run a water station, but I want to just share with you how important it was to me and to all of my volunteers and to the 1,500 people that were sweating it out coming down the hill. Mile 12 is a beast, and it's the steepest downhill, and they're the most tired when they get to you. And the fact that you guys were there to provide aid station at that space was so important and hugely critical to the success of the event. And I just want to say thank you so much for being there for us and for smiling at those people who probably were cursing my name for signing up for that race. But I just want to say thank you. And we are really grateful for your support. So thanks. Great job.
Every year. We love it. It's fun. We will disconnect and let you guys get on with it. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mountain Youth Network, for all of your excellent work and for helping us be a little bit, I feel a little more optimistic after this. So thank you.
Awesome.
Next on the agenda, county manager updates with our county manager, Brian Bossart. Brian, thank you for indulging some extra time for us to talk Mountain Youth Network. And if we run out of time for your update, or if there's still stuff and we run out of time, we can always move it to the end of the agenda.
Oh, thank you. Not a problem. I probably won't fill this time anyway, but similar to last week, I'm just busy trying to, again, get up to speed on all the various issues and projects and priorities of the county. Staff continues to schedule meet and greet meetings for me so I can get out and meet as many of our staff as possible in their areas of work. And then Peter's joining me on that tour, as well as also Kate has been coming with us from HR also, just an opportunity to get to meet with staff and let them ask questions of us, etc. So just since last Tuesday's meeting, I've toured the archives area, had a great housing conversation, met with our GIS staff, entire public health staff yesterday morning. That was a great discussion with them just about the impacts of their last year and a half, especially given building a new department while going through a pandemic at the same time. So that was a good conversation with them. We had a great talk with our open space and trails team yesterday, along with a couple members of the Open Space Commission as well. And then finally had a meeting with planning and building. So just trying to meet as many staff members as possible and have a conversation to get brief on as many issues I can. I've also been asking some questions about the impact of the last year and a half and how the COVID pandemic impacted their services. What can we learn from the last year and a half? What can we incorporate as we move forward, et cetera. We actually had one of our first meeting in the last week also with respect to the technology upgrades that Sean just mentioned with the Board of Commissioners room and trying to get that upgraded. So we also had a meeting on that. Peter and I also got a tour of the shooting range, which was nice, as we had our my first meeting anyway with our counterparts in Guilford County with respect to having a conversation about what the IGA is going to look like with oversight of the shooting range. So that was a good meeting. That will certainly be coming to you, a draft once that gets put together. Reach pretty much agreement on a lot of the topical areas that are going to be in that IGA. So we'll be bringing that to you soon. Participating with our road and bridge team, met a couple of firms to assist us with some kind of a PR campaign associated with a potential election. So they'll be doing some survey work, kind of gauge the temperature of the community, support for a potential election moving forward. So once we get that finalized and we get a timeline in place, we'll certainly be bringing that to you. That will certainly start creating some kind of a conversation out there in the community, and I'm sure you'll be getting some questions. So we'll certainly keep you posted on what that timeline looks like moving forward as we keep working on that issue.
Brian, just a quick comment from me about the polling. I know that we have established sort of option 1A, our preference being proposing a sales tax. However, I think that in the context of polling and asking questions, I think it's worthwhile to try to understand how the public views that trade-off between a property tax and a sales tax before we make a final decision about what goes on the ballot. And I don't know if Randy or Sean agree or disagree, but that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Anything else on that? just mention it, but I just wanted to say kudos to Beth and all of her volunteers for another successful Slacker event. I know she put in a lot of hours along with the many volunteers on that. So Beth, was that number 19 or number 20? Number 19, yeah, there you go. So kudos to her and her team for getting that event put together and successful last weekend. And then finally, my last item is the Jacob House. I'll keep this at a high level, but we did reach an agreement in principle last week with the representatives from Idaho Springs on the sale of that house. So we're getting the language put together as we speak, and that'll be coming back to you. So I think with that, that's my list of updates.
Brian, can I ask about the Slacker? I was there and I was just really impressed to see so much of our staff put themselves into that event, and it's a lot of work. Can we ask Beth to name names and celebrate some of the folks on our staff who really, I mean, showed up on a Saturday morning to give of themselves and raise funds for this community?
It's a great idea.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, because I'm quite sure I'm going to forget somebody and then I'll never hear the end of it. A lot of those people are probably watching right now, but obviously, you know, Diane Lee goes above and beyond for the event. We also have Anne Marie Smith, Julie Wisnan's on the call, Lisa Laban's on the call. They were all there. And it's an early Saturday morning and it was raining, but you know, the rain stopped right when the race started. So that was perfect. I'm trying to think of who all, I mean, we had so many people there from the finish line to water stations. I'm trying to think. We had people from the rec district. We had Donna G and her team and Debbie Smith from the assessor's office. I'm trying to picture it all in my head. We had volunteers from the clerk's office, volunteers, well, from every office, I'm sure, was there. The Road and Bridge guys came out and helped me with over 200 cones. Holy cows. I hope I returned them all. I didn't count them, so I hope they're all there. I mean, even the people who weren't there that day, I think that all of the county employees, you know, share in doing something for the event, either, you know, through their work or, you know, just trying to help out for the day. I'm trying to think, oh, Sarah Lewis and the finance department, they were there. Of course, the sheriff's department, front and center on their ATVs and, you know, just, you know, helping with traffic control. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but I mean, that's just to give you an idea. There were people there from the animal shelter. Mount Evans Hospice was there. They were a huge savior for us. You know, the Mount Evans, the animal shelter, and the rec center are all the beneficiaries of the event. And they were all there in full force with their volunteers. So I'm so thankful.
And also Nanette Reimer was there doing parking, I believe. And I think even Bob Leffler, former county attorney, showed up to do that as well.
Thank you, Peter. See, I told you I'm going to forget something. I'm like, there's so many. So yeah, we have over 150 volunteers for the event. So it's super hard to remember all the names, but thank you.
And I know this is Beth's baby. Beth, do you know how much was raised yet?
Not yet. No, we still have a couple invoices that come in after the race, after they provide service to us. So we'll know that amount probably in August.
Okay. So if you're watching and you're trying to figure out the extent to which the staff of the Clear Creek County government cares about this community, here's some evidence, right? This is a ton of people who show up and give of themselves on their Saturdays and their Tuesday evenings. Diane Lee told me she hadn't slept since Tuesday trying to pull this. This is the evidence, right? This is the evidence that our staff knows their impact on the community and really cares about it. And so just wanted to take a moment to celebrate that. I continue to be really impressed. And thank you, Brian.
And George, you were no slacker either. I saw you. You were doing a lot of heavy lifting, literally. Chairs, gates, boxes. Yes.
There was some robust slacking going on, yeah.
No, thank you all.
And I know Randy shows up every year, and I know you would have shown up if you didn't have a busted knee.
I think I was actually on a long walk or something. I'm in total guilt now. I'm just sitting here like turning red because I wasn't at the slacker.
I was not going to guilt you because I knew you had surgery, so I was not going to push you. So
Yeah, it was already 10 days old though, so I should have been there. But thanks for mentioning that, both of you. But I missed it. It is pretty good. You know, whether you're part, you know, and just a plug for volunteering for this thing, it is fun. It's a good party, and you know, whether you're parking or, you know, emceeing or, you know, serving water or whatever you're doing, it is fun to get out and see all those people coming through and realize you're pulling a lot of money in and being part of it. It's a feel good thing at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, and it supports some of our really important community partners as well. And so, yeah, I just want to echo that. Thanks so much, Beth, for your leadership role, and thanks to all the staff and George and everyone else who went. I do have a follow-on question, Brian, for you. You've been around for a little while now, so I'm going to be soon asking you hard questions, and so this will be maybe a first one. There are a lot of things that we're working on that are in kind of the important but not urgent quadrant, and I think many organizations recognize the critical nature of those tasks but don't have a system to make sure that we're making progress on them. And one of the things that is near and dear to my heart that's related to the Slacker is this idea of creating a affiliate community foundation associated with someone like Community First to help support all of our community partners. And anyway, I would love to put that out there as a marker to say I want to come back to this maybe in a future meeting when you have a chance to think about this. And I'm happy to talk about it too privately. I'm sure George and Randy would too. But just some kind of a dashboard or something so that we can keep those really important strategic items that aren't necessarily urgent to give them the right amount of attention and make sure we're making progress in all of them.
Yeah, that's actually something on my list actually to talk with when I meet with you all individually, but to develop maybe some kind of a get together for the four of us. Maybe it's a retreat or something where we get together and start developing a list of priorities. So I got that list built and got an understanding from the three of you where, you know, what those important focus areas should be, and then I can start building a dashboard around that and keeping you updated on all the items that end up on that list. So yeah, I think that's a list that the four of us need to develop together, so we're all on the same page with respect to where the majority of time and resources are being spent.
Yeah, and I think Keith and Amy did a great job of creating a framework around that. I believe this is the first year that we haven't had a face-to-face kind of strategy summit or whatever you want to call it. And I think now that you're getting your feet under you, I think it would be great to do that sometime over the next couple of months and you know, make sure that staff has the right involvement in that as well. But that's something I missed doing that this last winter.
Yeah, and I think that as our since our strategies and our goals are always evolving, you know, it's a living document. I mean, we've kind of had that done that in a, you know, January, February mode somewhere. December, January, February. It seems like it spanned that gamut in there. So you're always setting up for the next year. Well, it's a living document. If we miss it, you know. Anyway, all I'm doing is I'm expressing rabid enthusiasm for Sean's idea. There's no reason why we can't go ahead and do that in the next month or two.
Yeah, it was something that George and I actually discussed last week as well. So I think we're all on the same page there.
And Sean, we had some great progress on this topic. We had asked, one of our strategic goals was to look at the master plan and see what kind of goals are in there. We got a really good report, just triaging. There are 200 individual action items in that plan. They found a little bit of a higher level approach, which I appreciated. And I think that the next step that we asked of them is to build a report card around the goals in the master plan so that we can start to use that to inform the next iteration of our strategic plan. That I think really, there's already a lot of alignment, obviously, but just an update.
Is there a possibility I could take about 2 minutes?
Please.
I just want to inform you that we do have an inmate that is in hospice care, not in the jail, but down in a facility down in Denver. It's costing $600 a day. He still has I think about 90 to 100 days left on his sentence. I don't know if he will live that long, but this bill could be in probably $50,000 to $60,000 range. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that that might be coming down the pike. Thank you.
I know that you've looked into this. Thanks for the update, Sheriff. Are there any other alternatives that might be more cost effective?
No, that's the cheapest we got because we have to have him under security 24/7. We've tried to talk to the judge and stuff like this and the crimes that he has committed and said he would commit if he does got out, because he does have nothing to lose. They're not comfortable with letting him out of a secured facility. And that's the cheapest we could find. And the only one, we've asked Denver, I think Jeffco, and they won't accept him in their jail because they do have a hospital type setting in there. So this place that we got him now is about $600 a day.
Well, thank you for providing that update.
It does kind of remind me in a strange way of two other initiatives that we have going on, Brian, that I wanted to put in front of you too. One of them is the consultants we have looking into our law enforcement operation and public safety, and the other one related to EMS and fire. I've been off the grid for a few weeks, but it seems like we're probably due for an update on both of those.
I can give you a quick one on KRW. They are wrapping up their audit investigation, whatever you want to call it. And we sent them an email this morning asking for a time. We haven't got word back on that yet, but I think it'll probably be before, probably 1st of August, into July. Probably we sent them all the information that they need or requested. So I think they just got to tally it all up, put it all together, and then they'll present it to us.
Rick, have you been pretty satisfied with your interactions with them to date?
Yeah, they've asked for a lot of stuff. The undersheriff Snelling has been probably 4 or 5 times a week getting data, sending them data. They've met with all the personnel that we have. I don't know if all of them, but at least certain people out of the groups. So we feel pretty comfortable that they're doing a thorough job. I think it'll come out however it comes out, but I think it'll come out pretty good. At least they'll give us avenues to go and see what the sheriff's office needs or can do away with, or whatever they suggest. We can sit down and talk about it.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for that update and for your enthusiasm for this process.
I will follow up on the fire EMS work and figure out when it would make most sense for the next update there.
Okay, well, Brian, thank you for your update. It is 10:59, which means we're less than a minute away from a COVID-19 update. And I could use a small break. Usually I say 60 seconds and then Randy says, but I got to get up the stairs and I had knee surgery. So
oh yeah,
a little longer than
blame me for it. Sure, yeah, I get it. No, I'm good, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'm going to go off camera here if that's okay with everybody, and we'll just take a couple of minutes while people filter in and we shift gears to the COVID update.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, that's fine. Is that too loud?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, that was fine. Our other system came on and we were like, what is that? Yeah, no, you're good. Okay, okay.
Brian, you may want to mute your Zoom.
Thank you for that. We had music going off in speakers in our ceiling. We're just addressing that.
Trying to get a better playlist, I assume.
Well, actually, it was classic rock. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, these
Okay.
Zooms, where people wear headphones, and it's so they can hear the meeting better, but you see them start kind of like rocking their head like that.
All right. Well, thank you all for indulging a quick break. This is our COVID update. It is 11 o'clock. Dr. Ryan is here as always, as well as Suzanne Bocha. Tim, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. We'll start with the numbers. We are at 33.6+ million confirmed cases across the United States. Number of new cases is roughly 11,800 per day as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations continue to be high across the country. Fatalities, we have now lost 604,152 Americans. Current rate of death is roughly 289 per day as a 7-day average. Test positivity across the country is at 2%. Major contributing factors to the spread is the B.1.617.2 variant, or the Delta. It is absolutely running rampant. It is 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant or the UK variant. Contributing factors are the unvaccinated. As I've said before, and will continue to say, it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when you will get COVID if you are unvaccinated. The vaccination rate across the country, although this number represents an average, it is not even remotely evenly spread. So 46.8% of the US adult population 12 and above is fully vaccinated. 54.7% are vaccinated with at least one dose. As I said, some pockets are in the 20s, others are in the 80% range in terms of vaccination rates in states and in specific counties. Across Colorado, we see similar trend. Current number of daily cases continues a slow decline. It's now in excess of 315 a day as a 7-day average. Roughly, and 75 per 100,000 is our 2-week cumulative incident rate. Hospitalizations, a slight decrease across the state over the last week. Currently, 33% of ICU ventilators are in use, and 77% of hospital ICU beds are currently in use across the state. 311 individuals are currently hospitalized with confirmed COVID. Our test positivity rate here in Colorado is at 2.44%. Contributing factors, the Delta variant, literally within weeks, it went from less than 10% of our cases to almost 100% of our cases across the state. Other contributing factors, the unvaccinated, lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, travel, usual. Vaccination rate here in Colorado, doing a little bit better than nationally. We have 56% of the Colorado population is vaccinated with at least one dose, and 51.6% are fully immunized across the state. Again, we see huge differences, some in the 80s and others down in the low 20s and 30s. So massive disparity even within our state. In Clear Creek County, our case count, we've had 3 cases over the last week, 4 over the last 2 weeks, for a sum total of 477 to date. Hospitalizations and fatalities holding steady at 24 and 3 respectively. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is 41 per 100,000. 2-week test positivity rate is at 4.1%. Major contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated, 100% of our cases. Social gatherings. Testing updates, we will continue to have testing. The CDPHE signed an extension with COVID Check Colorado and other testing companies across the state for the foreseeable future. So we will continue to have testing on Tuesdays from 10 to 2 in the parking lot next to between the bus barn and the old high school football field. Vaccine update. We have jumped significantly over the last week. We are now at 62.5% of the eligible population, 12 and above, have received at least one dose in our community. And we're at 57.9% of the eligible population are fully immunized. So a roughly 6%, 6.5% jump from last week, which is a combination of things. One, CDPHE getting their act together and cleaning and clearing data, and folks getting vaccinated both at our site and other sites around the county and across the state. We will continue to have our vaccine clinics as long as there is demand. We are having through June. Tomorrow is our last day in June for our clinic on Wednesdays from 10 to 7 p.m. With extended hours. And then next month, we will be shortening those hours back to 10 to 2 as demand has decreased. We're also having a public health in the park event on July 10th from 10 to 12. And we'll be there at not only administering vaccines for COVID, but also doing a number of other things that public health does and exhibiting those to the broader community in the park in Idaho Springs. Any questions thus far? I cannot stress enough the importance of getting vaccinated. I cannot also stress the importance enough of if you've only had one dose of a 2-dose regimen, you get that second dose. What they're seeing in spades is folks who only got one dose are in fact susceptible to the Delta variant. It's not a level of protection, sufficient a level of protection to protect you against the Delta variant. So as we've seen both in this state and across the country, it's in all 50 states now. Colorado, as an example, literally within 3 weeks, it went from 10% of our cases to almost 100% in 3 weeks' time. I think that speaks volumes to its level of transmissibility. I think you also need to look at the UK and Australia. Australia was in the clear months ago, and now parts of Australia are in lockdown because of the Delta variant. It is running rampant, and in the unvaccinated population, it's spreading the likes of which we haven't seen yet in this pandemic over the last 14, 16 months. It's why the CDC raised it to a variant of concern, of significant concern. So much so the CDC was in Mesa County last week, trying to understand why it is that in a nursing care facility with 100% of the residents vaccinated, there's still an outbreak of COVID with the Delta variant among that population. So trying to get to the bottom of that and understand that, because it could potentially have significant ramifications moving forward. Even if we have a fully vaccinated elderly population, they may very well be susceptible to the new variant.
What can we expect in terms of how quickly the CDC will be able to help us understand the risk the Delta variant poses to different demographics who are already vaccinated?
Well, they're in the process now. As I said last week, they were in Mesa County and a number of other sites across the US, really trying to get on the ground and understand exactly what happened, who's vaccinated, who isn't, and the severity of the disease in the folks that are vaccinated. So it's going to take them probably another week or two to continue to collect that information and then process and analyze that information and get it back out to us. So hopefully in the coming weeks, we will have a better understanding of that. It's, you know, one thing to keep in mind that I think is lost in almost everyone I talk to. Our cases have gone down, our hospitalizations have gone down, and our deaths have gone down, but they're all higher than they were last June. They haven't yet gone below that threshold of where we were last year. The reason we are seeing a significant decline is because of one, it's summer, everyone's gone outside, but the numbers were significantly high. So yes, the declines that we've seen over the last several months have been very good. We are not yet below where we were last June. And we know what happened last September, October, when everyone went back inside, schools went back into session, and our numbers climbed right back up. So when you have only 29% of a population in some states and low 30s in others, 17 in total, they're right back where they were last year. You wouldn't even think the vaccine came out yet. So, and one particular state of interest for me is the state of Wyoming. The state of Wyoming is in the low 30s as well for their vaccination rate, and they don't have a hospital system to speak of. I spent 8 years working in Wyoming, and Wyoming comes to Colorado for its healthcare, particularly in the case of ICU care. So when we have a state next to us who is in the low 30s in vaccination rate, and what we might expect come September, October, it's very important to keep that in mind. It isn't just what happens in Colorado, as I've said from the very beginning. There's no wall around our state. So we need to continue to keep an eye on that. And it's a national challenge. It's a global challenge, to be quite frank. But more importantly, in our what our neighbors are doing or not doing is of importance to us as well.
As as sparsely populated as the West is, are there any other of our neighboring states that present that same need to draw on our resources besides Wyoming?
Not quite in the same category as Wyoming. The Dakotas typically would go to potentially to Minnesota, and to the east of them. It really depends on location. Wyoming has one of the lowest rates in the country in terms of vaccination, and one of the least capabilities in terms of potential hospital care and hospital beds and ventilators and the likes for what they would need.
Based on extremely low population, so they have fewer resources as a result of that.
Correct. Yeah, there's only 500,000 people in the whole state.
I remember reading the other thing they're viewing as a risk factor is previous infections, and I think, I haven't tracked Wyoming closely, maybe you have, they've had pretty low rate of infections throughout, correct?
Fairly low, yeah. But one of the things that we do know about the Delta variant is a prior diagnosis of COVID is not protective, and the same level that one of the 3 vaccines we have accessible here in this country is. So the experts, throwing myself in that category as well, I would strongly encourage anyone who's had COVID since day one that they get vaccinated in addition to having that prior diagnosis. The level of antibodies you may have had 8 months ago because you had a diagnosis of COVID is probably not the same level as if you had it's not a vaccine, nor does it protect you in the same way, the umbrella-like way that the vaccine does. They know now conclusively that the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine, the efficacy against the Delta variant is still in the 90% range. So a prior diagnosis wouldn't even get you remotely close to that level. As far as any updates on vaccinations, nothing yet on when under 12 might be eligible to receive the vaccine. Hopefully it will be sometime in early fall. But if you think about the timeline on that, even if they got it September 1st, it would be the end of October before they were actually fully vaccinated, given the time between doses and then the time after the dose before they're fully vaccinated or considered fully vaccinated. So we have a school year to start. I'm continuing to work with the school district and trying to understand what is best practice for us. We will be putting together our plan and considering what the CDC says. We're not waiting around for the governor or CDPHE and not paying much attention at all to our neighbors. So we'll be continuing to do what we did last year and making sure that our students are safe and have an environment where they can both learn and be safe at the same time.
When you say not paying attention to our neighbors, what I hear is that you'll be making your recommendations independent of the decisions of our neighbors. Is that?
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, I think both Jefferson County and Eagle County, just as two prime examples, already declaring that the elementary school children will not be required to wear masks. I don't really have words for that. Absolutely none of those children will be vaccinated when school starts, not a one. I think it's incredibly irresponsible to make decisions, public policy and public health decisions on public opinion. Just because parents want their children to be without masks, it's it's not good public health practice. So
I guess I would caution us making statements like that. I mean, do we really have hard evidence regarding all the factors that another county used to make their own public health decisions? I suspect we don't.
No, Sean, I don't have every variable that they've been considering, but from the science that I've seen, which is I'm sure the same science they've seen, I don't know what factors they can be considering outside of the science that would, well, you know, there are some, what they'd be considering to make that declaration Jefferson County weeks ago.
I'm just saying, I'm not comfortable with us casting aspersions at our neighbors, and you know.
Yeah, I'm not casting aspersions. What I'm declaring is that Clear Creek County School District and Public Health are working in collaboration to make the best possible decisions for our county.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Rather than just simply following suit on another county because.
Correct.
They might know more or something because they're larger or whatever. Rather than do that, make your own decision.
Yeah, I mean, the decisions we made last year worked really well for our county and our school district. We were actually one of the few school districts in this entire state who were in school as much as we were and carried on as many activities in the schools as we did. So I think we have a great model that we used last year that we will continue to use this year.
And I believe the decision about whether to require vaccines once we get past emergency youth authorization, I believe that's a school board decision and not a Board of Health decision. Am I correct?
I believe so. I asked CDPHE that question last week and didn't get an answer. Lack of a better term. We're a few months away from that. So
we're a few months away from getting past emergency youth authorization.
Yeah, I mean, by the time the FDA and the CDC do that, it will likely be sometime in August, September. I don't know the exact timeline, but sometime then. So it would obviously be after schools began the school year.
Okay.
Other thing I just wanted to say is I appreciate that good news about our vaccination rate. Have we ever actually, I think I remember somebody putting out 70% as a number that we aspire to. I mean, we need to obviously continue to focus on this, but do we have any sort of a rallying point or a target to help focus our efforts?
It's a good question, Sean. So if you recall back a few months, when Dr. Fauci began to talk about herd immunity and community immunity and threw out the number from 70 to 80 and it migrated to 70 to 85%. It isn't because he is wavering or flip-flopping or anything else. It's because it depends on the disease, right? Some diseases you need to have 90% community immunity for the entire community to be protected. It really depends on the disease. So the reason there is a range of 15% is because we don't yet fully understand and appreciate, does it need to be 70 or is it closer to 80%? I don't think anybody knows that for 100% sure. That is the general range for most diseases where community immunity is relevant. And so at a minimum of 70%, I think is a achievable goal. I think it's certainly reachable. But of course, I would aspire to 80% and 85%. Just the higher the number we get to, the more protection we're going to have as a community. And I think that's our primary goal and primary objective, is to get as high as we possibly can to help provide that level of protection, so we can continue to go to work and continue to go to school and continue to thrive as a community. That's going to be required.
And I mean, part of the way we know what the right rate is, other than trying to predict it, I mean, looking back, right? Because we see case rates drop down to a level that is very low, correct?
Correct. So what we're going to see in the fall, and this is part of the challenge, right? We have significant pockets where literally 25 to 30% of the population is vaccinated. You have others where it's 80%. So it's the data that we're actually collecting now and analyzing now and in the next several months. And unfortunately, what's going to happen likely in the fall is we're going to see a massive spike in these communities that are not protected, that are not above the range that we need. 20 and 30 and 40% is not sufficient. So it's the data we're collecting now and understanding now that next fall, next winter, we'll have a much better answer of where that needs to be. The challenge is the one way we know how and what number we need to get to provide that is to actually get there. So if we never get to 70, 80%, we may never fully realize the potential of a fully vaccinated community means, right? So this is part of the challenge of we can create computer models, but the facts on the ground are really what drive our understanding and going forward. So, right, we track polio for how many years to fully understand and appreciate what level of immunity we need as a community to make sure that polio doesn't come back. So it isn't something that we learn in 6 months. It's something that takes time. It's going to take us unfortunately, even longer time now because we have such a disparity in the vaccination rates in this country. It's really making it even more challenging for folks to fully understand and appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to touch on that really quickly. I think that's interesting evidence about Wyoming. One thing that appears to me is that Wyoming and Colorado are very different in many ways. I mean, I'm looking at the land area. Colorado is the 8th largest state in the United States, 103 million square miles. Wyoming is only the 9th land area, 97 million square mile, or 97,000 square miles, 104,000 square miles. And their population is 1/10 ours. So when you think about transmissibility and population density, I can understand why if I was a rural farmer in Wyoming, I wouldn't be that concerned. I wouldn't be as concerned about being vaccinated as if I lived in a high density housing unit in Denver.
Yeah, the problem with that analogy, Sean, is what happens, and we saw this last summer in those rural communities where nobody was protected. They didn't wear masks anymore because they had no cases. And when a case walks into town, everyone is susceptible and almost everyone gets it because there's no level of protection at all. There's no masks, there's no social distancing, there's no vaccines going on. So it could literally decimate an entire community in a week. Whereas in a broader city, we have the potential to, right, in that small community from public health perspective, by the time I learn of that situation, it's already too late, right? I have no way to stop it from spreading to the entire community. It already has. But in a bigger city, we have 100 cases and we can jump on those 100 cases and literally within a week, we can address it in a more meaningful way. Whereas in the rural communities, they're susceptible, the likes of which they weren't as susceptible last year, right? You think about last summer, the Delta variant wasn't around last summer. And I know this conversation keeps changing, but the conversation was the same a year ago, and the warnings and the concern about the longer we let this go on, the greater potential there is for mutation in a variant that is far worse than what we're facing right now. And here we are in spades. We have that particular variant, and it's only going to get worse the longer we allow this to continue. This is the challenge for us.
I can see the difference intermingle with each other within it must be pretty difficult because you don't have and as you know, and even the counties within Colorado, you don't have an homogeneous condition that you've walled everybody off from each other to try to understand and learn from that what it is, because we're not siloed. You know, we may be siloed on a weekly basis, but we're not siloed over the course of months.
No, definitely not.
Okay. Well, it is 11:30. If we have anything else to discuss, we can stay on here. Brian, go ahead.
Tim, I believe you're out next week. Did we agree that we were going to postpone this for a week, the update?
I submitted my request for time off. George commented on it, that I was well deserving, even though I'm not going on vacation. I'm moving my house. So I don't know. Do we agree, everyone?
I just summarizing what I thought I read in the emails is that we were going to go ahead and skip a COVID update next week.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, I certainly won't take my finger off the pulse of what's going on, but
you won't be in the meeting.
I won't be in the meeting, no.
Just don't forget your PPE. Okay, excellent. Tim, last word.
Get vaccinated ASAP.
Okay. Thank you very much for keeping us informed. I'm just clicking over to the agenda. The next thing on our agenda is a work session to discuss redistricting. And I know this was initially asked for because the congressional maps were released. And you may have noticed this morning that the state, Senate, and House districts were released as well. If you haven't seen those maps, I'm happy to show them to you as well. But maybe starting with congressional districting is the place to start. Who would like to kick it off?
Well, I think to inform it, my understanding was that a new draft of that map, a new draft of that map was being issued this morning, and I haven't seen it yet. Do we know? Has anybody seen anything on that?
I think the maps that got issued this morning were the state and House maps.
Okay.
I didn't see any updates to the congressional map, and my understanding is that it might not be updated until after all of the feedback and then the actual census data comes in. And if it would be helpful, I can put that congressional map up on the screen. But feel free to talk while I do that because I don't think I have it open. Okay, can you all see that okay? It looks like it's trying to cut off half the state here. Wait a second.
I thought we saw the whole state on my screen.
It must have just been my screen.
Right. It did cut off part of the bottom a second ago.
Okay, so and Tom Elliott provided us some context. We were in CD2. CD2 is that green color. It's changed a little bit. It used to include Clear Creek, Summit, Grand, as well as maybe Eagle. And you can see from this that we're now in CD3. We're one of the only counties on the eastern slope in CD3. And some observations I will make just from some research I did. these districts, they managed to balance within a margin of error of like 1 or 2 people. The populations are balanced. And the feedback that they're seeking is largely, they're interested in understanding communities of interest. And I'll just speak for myself. I think that we have much stronger communities of interest ties into the metro area, and then particularly with Gilpin County. And maybe we can just kind of start there and just test that statement and see how others feel about that.
I think in terms of interest, am I unmuted here? Yeah. I think in terms of communities of interest, our connection, a bunch of things occurred to me. One of which was the some of our other relationships that we hold. One that spans throughout, and those relationships are in efforts that sometimes require congressional asks and congressional attention for support. And I think right off the bat of, first of all, the I-70 thing, and that spans between really a couple of the districts here. One is the Jeffco Douglas district, which, and into then Summit and Eagle County. So it spans across these 2 districts. And so we could get access into whoever's representing 3 in asks for transportation and support in that area. But when we start looking at everything from recreation to mental health to physical health, a number of the subjects that we talked about today, it feels like we are definitely more closely aligned with Gilpin Jeffco. And that subject came up a lot even while we were dealing with COVID, and we had differences of opinion about that. But generally, we talked about that communicability and our common interest in those areas. So I think in terms of, we're a mountain community, but we're also proximate to the metro area, and we share the impacts of that metro area and that transportation in large part with Gilpin. Another pragmatic thing that I think of is I look at that Western District, District 3, and I see, I think I counted 25 or 26 counties that are in it. And I was just thinking about our asks, for example, of Joe Neguse and our, trying to think about, discretionary funding, and whether it's a program like this, that those congressionally directed funding pockets, or whether it's looking for support for funding for Floyd Hill, or any of our transportation projects, or our, basically East Slope interest projects. It seems like we're likely to get more immediate attention from someone who's representing somewhere in the area of 5 to 8 counties than someone who's representing 25 counties. And so in my opinion, it's definitely in our interest to try to remain with our, I see Park County, to our south, but we don't really communicate to Park as much, in terms of commuting, transportation, workforce, any of those things. So I feel like we're more closely aligned with everything from Larimer down through Jeffco than we are with the folks to our west. And then strategically, I feel like to be a tiny county, getting lost in a district of 25 counties is a recipe for not getting a lot of attention from our representative. And one of those is the common interest subject upon which you talked. I think we're far more closely aligned with those who are alongside us on the Front Range.
I was curious about this, and I only got home on Sunday from being down in the Grand Canyon. So I haven't had a lot of chance to think about this. I did call a friend of mine who was had a kind of a front row seat to some of the redistricting conversations. And what I learned was the conversation kind of focused around 3 categories of districts. One rural western part of the state, one rural eastern part of the state, and then the rest of them are all on the I-25, densely populated I-25 corridor. And Gilpin and Clear Creek in this conversation are, from their perspective, are kind of rounding errors, right? When you look at the numbers in terms of where you put a particular small county, very small county like Gilpin or Clear Creek, it probably, I mean, the good news is if people want to make an argument to the commission about going to a different district, it's something that's probably possible just because of the relative size of the districts. Right. And maybe jumping out a little bit, when I looked and saw this morning what they did with our Senate district, I was kind of excited actually, because instead of us being associated with Fremont and parts of El Paso, we're actually now on the mountain corridor, right? And the one specific interest that we share that I think is very important is the I-70 mountain corridor and all of the funding needs and problems around traffic congestion on I-70. We very much share the same interest there with Summit County and Eagle County. And just thinking about those counties, I mean, I feel like those are kind of the same type of counties that we're talking to in the CCI Mountain District. So it kind of looks similar to the Mountain District. The thing that I like about being associated with CD3 is when I think logically about who's likely to hold that seat in the future, now that potentially Eagle and Summit and we're in that mix, there's a good chance that the congressperson is going to be from one of those 3 counties, probably Eagle or Summit. I would actually expect that we would have more influence in that situation, because right now in CD2, that district is focused on the needs of college towns and wealthy communities and the I-25 corridor, and we're not really part of that conversation. So I'm not making an argument one way or the other. I'm just pointing out a little bit of a different perspective to add to the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and pull up the House map too, just briefly, since you mentioned the Senate map. And then Randy, sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, it's all
right. From my own perspective, I think that the Senate map looks a lot better than it did, right? We were currently clearly in a gerrymandered district where there was a goat path going up over Mount Evans that no human could actually cross without mountaineering gear. So the Senate district, I think, is a big improvement over where we were. The House district, I'll note that both the House and Senate districts combine us with Gilpin. And it's arguable on the House district side that we might want to try to pick up like one of the communities of interest that is almost indiscernible unless you know where the county line is the east end of the county, right? Where almost a third of our population is closer to Jefferson County than the rest of Clear Creek County. So that's a comment on the House district. I wonder if our Jefferson County partners agree about wanting basically Evergreen area residents to be in the same House district. But the one that I am focused on myself is the congressional district. And it's because I think they got that wrong. And we can dive into that a little more, but I don't want to dominate the time here.
I have a tendency to think the same. I think I'm not convinced that the elected officials for District 3, the new District 3 is currently drawn, are likely to come out of, I'm not as confident they'll come out of Summit and Eagle and people that we relate to. I look at the population centers of current districts. And so without being political or anything, just looking at the likelihood of, for example, somebody coming out of Clear Creek to represent CD2 right now. I mean, that's, it's just an unlikelihood because of where population centers are and where the leaders from those areas are more likely to emerge. So when I look at this current map that's up on the screen right now, I kind of look at what are the major population centers with the greatest influence, and that's, Grand Junction's the biggest city out there. And so it's probably more likely that out of Mesa and Garfield with larger populations as Summit and Eagle, that we would likely see the representation come. And part of that's because of population, part of that's just because of the politics of that area. And I don't mind being in one in which the party that I happen to belong to doesn't win. I mean, Dennis Heisey's been a good representative. I know he picked up a bill that I wanted to get through and helped sponsor it through the legislature. So it's not so much that as the only way I want to look at politics in this discussion is the political reality of where our representatives are likely to come from, and then how much bandwidth they will have, as well as awareness of our issues in the same, and the reading of them the same way we see them. And because of the draw that they'll get, I still think that competing with, I think on a pragmatic side, competing with 25 counties, especially if the representative is likely to come from someplace 200 miles from us, is it's going to be difficult for them to even know how to represent us as well, and then have the ability to do it. I kind of felt like, although I really like Dennis Heisey and I like the way he's generally represented us and been willing to listen and helped. I also felt like we were kind of like Colombia being called Port of North America because we were attached by the Isthmus of Panama or something. It's like, no, I'm sorry, we don't belong up there. We're not part of that. And it was a kind of an odd thing when I first saw that a few years ago, when it popped up during the last redistricting. So I think probably the most natural fit for us is the Jeffco Douglas, which is probably, I'm guessing that's going to be a swing district too, that can go either way. It's going to be pretty well balanced district politically. And although I see Gilpin is included in that northern district, still CD2, if that's what it's called now, I guess. Yeah, that still is, I see on the color legend. So pairing with Gilpin, and then next pairing with Jeffco is probably just logistically what makes the most sense and what is strategically to our benefit to not get lost in a giant pot of soup.
Yeah, and I really like the way that they define communities of interest in the law, in the Constitution. I think that's really the best lens to look at this, especially given our population. We make up 1.3% of the total of any of these districts. And we're not like all one way or all the other way communities. I don't think we impact competitiveness at all. To Sean's point, I don't think we impact meaningfully. It's a rounding error in terms of trying to keep populations the same. Right. And so this is just about wanting two things: wanting to be in a district with people who share the issues and the interests that you have, so that you can collectively advocate to your representative. And then the other one is having a representative that knows those issues. And Randy, you mentioned the Senate district, the state Senate district we were in, and the effort we have to make every time someone gets elected out of that district to educate them about I-70. We're just this little narrow corner, right? And that's no detriment to them. It's no aspersions on them. It's just that they live in El Paso County. They're 2 hours away. And so, I think our closest, this is my opinion, our closest community of interest really is Gilpin County. Gilpin County is demographically almost a carbon copy. We both are sort of tourism communities, but different than the tourism communities on the east slope, because we are so close to Denver.
On the west slope, I think you meant
yes, west slope. On the west slope. I always switch those up. I think that, so I think in terms of a communication to them, and maybe what we want to come out of this is, do we agree that we have a position that we want to change? Do we have a preference over CD2 or CD7? I think, speaking to my preferences, I think we need to ask for a change. I think that maybe communicating that and trying to get Gilpin to communicate this as well, that our closest community of interest is Gilpin County. And that below that, and Randy, you said this and I agree with you, Jefferson County is where almost, like, we have a lot of labor mobility. 95% of our out of county employees come from the metro area or Gilpin. 95% of our county job holders, and this is just on the west end, 95% of the people who hold a job in Clear Creek County who live in Clear Creek County and hold a job outside of the county are in the metro area or Gilpin. And that's just the west end of the county. The east end of the county, those numbers are probably higher. And one thing I'm kind of curious to hear from Sean is how you view the communities of interest that a third of our population makes up on the east end.
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that. One thing I would comment on is, I think I completely agree with you, but I draw a different conclusion about Gilpin. I think Gilpin is very similar to Clear Creek, 100%, but if we were 1.3% of the district, they're less than 1%. So the fact that we happen to be aligned with somebody else who's twice as irrelevant as we are doesn't really draw any sort of a conclusion about gaining any strategic advantage. Like I said, I think in the scheme of things, the proposed new district with Boulder and Larimer are going to be focused on issues that are very different than ours. I-25 corridor, population density, college towns. So yeah, the fact that we're similar to Gilpin, to me, doesn't make any difference in that conversation. But when I think about the Jefferson County, I agree. I think that the Evergreen area is we sometimes jokingly kind of refer to ourselves as honorary Jeffco residents here in Eastern Clear Creek, just because, like, my business is located in Jefferson County and Evergreen. We all shop in Jefferson County. A lot of kids here go to school in Jefferson County. So I think that it's clear to me that this third of the county has more affinity with Jeffco than with the Western Slope, no doubt about it. In terms of gathering any type of strategic advantage, I think I sort of have the same feeling as I did about CD2, in that Jeffco and that part of Douglas County has massive challenges, massive funding issues, and I don't think that I don't think we would get any more attention, or not much more attention, than we did, being in CD2.
I thought we got a lot of attention in CD2, and we've had good, incredible support, and that's been through 2 or 3 different reps of CD2 that we've been. My experience has been different in that we've had plenty. First of all, I agree with almost everything Sean said here. I think that the catch with Jeffco and I think we are connected through mental health care right now, and somewhat with transportation, with workforce, and with the socialization that characterizes the east end of our county and the similar issues that people see there. And that's our connection to Jeffco. But I also look at where we're likely to, where the federal connection is likely to be of the greatest importance to Clear Creek, and that's in transportation. I mean, big external influences, big tickets. Where do the external influences come from, and who shares the management problem? And I look at transportation, and I look at the places where federal funding is likely to help us, and that's the biggest deal. We don't have a huge influence on federal policy, but when it comes to these federal funding questions like we were asking today, and that's going to be That's going to be dealing with fire and recreation management and on public lands. And we hold a wholly different relationship to that than what happens on the west side of the divide, but we share it with Larimer, Boulder, Gilpin, ourselves, and to some degree Jeffco, and that's why NOCO was formed, because the ARNF and the both the fire mitigation, the fire prevention, and the recreation management issues. And so we've been working closely with them, and then we go to our congressional representatives to seek funding, and the state seek funding for that. So we have a good deal in common there, transportationally more so with Jeffco and a couple of the counties to our west, although we've held different positions a little bit over the years. And then it's in healthcare, where we're more closely connected, both in terms of our overall resources that our citizens access when our resources aren't enough, as well as where we draw resources into the county, which is out of Jeffco into Gilpin and Clear Creek, and that's likely to be a relationship that lasts for some time. So I think those are the places that federal funding is most likely to affect us. And I've had, as I think about the people that represent both Jeffco at the state level, and certainly West Jeff, and then those counties to the north of us, we share a lot, even though those counties to the north of us, we don't have gambling in Clear Creek County, but it's only 3 miles away. And they don't have I-70, but it's only about 3 miles away. So we share a whole lot right there in terms of those external influences. And I think our lot is best cast with either one of those districts for those reasons, that the reasons for which we would seek federal funding are things we share with them far more so than the counties to our west, which are predominantly agricultural and destination resort because of their distance from Denver. So their approach to recreation and recreation management, for example, and public land management, is wholly different than our approach to public land management. So having somebody that understands that and reflects those same ethics and issues is, I think, going to be way more helpful. And again, I think we're going to get more responsiveness. The idea that somebody from Grand Junction would be very supportive of Floyd Hill as a congressionally directed, fund or earmark or whatever you want to call it, or would be likely to think about us and our health clinic or any of those things, I think is just less likely by virtue of how diluted they are out over 25 other Western agricultural and destination resort counties.
Yeah, I think I don't disagree with that. Again, I'll go back to my thought, and it's just a thought, right? We won't know what's going to happen until the next few elections, when Eagle and Summit and Clear Creek are potentially in CD3. And my guess is Eagle and Summit probably don't want to be in CD3, but I think looking at the way this map is drawn, they're going to have a much harder argument than we would to go somewhere else. I think about the political realities of getting elected, and I think about, I know that there's a state senator who's already raised almost $1 million for the CD3 race, and that person is from Eagle County. I don't think you're raising $1 million in Garfield or Mesa County right now for a race that happens in almost 2 years. And I think that the fact that there's so much wealth in the eastern part of this district along the I-70 corridor is going to play into it. But that's my prediction, and there's no way we'll know what's going to happen until it happens.
Right. And I'm not trying to play politics. I'm just trying to play, again, other than to say, just as you did, the likelihood of what happens. And I think the way that plays out at the end of the day is at the ballot box. And I think the greater population will be influenced by and is resident in Mesa and Garfield counties, but I might be wrong about that. It seems to me like that's where the biggest, Grand Junction is a pretty big town. And I'm curious to know how Garfield and Mesa, what their populations are relative to the entire population of the district. And I don't have that number in front of me. They're close this year.
So we're getting close to the end of our time here. Just a quick comment from me as far as comparing the 2nd and the 7th there are good arguments for either one, I think. I think I'm not agnostic, but I put that below my desire to be in a district with Gilpin. Because Boulder and Larimer have the Arapahoe National Forest, and that, like, the 14ers and the proximal recreation. Jeffco has a little bit of that. So there, I think, like, one approach could be to state, we think we should be with Gilpin. We think we have commonality with both the 2nd and the 7th. And maybe give the district some, not the district, give the committee, you know, a little bit of leeway to try to figure out where to stick Clear Creek and Gilpin as they move these things around.
Right. It kind of removes the political aspect from it. And I agree with that. I don't think we should be, you know, I don't think any of us should be stating we want to hang out with these kids or those kids. I think it should be about that common interest thing. And I feel just, you know, hanging out at CCI and even at CCAT with commissioners from the different parts of the state. In each case, I've found a real difficulty in some, for example, talking recreation management, in some of the folks, once they get a couple of 100 miles, 150 to 200 miles from Denver, having them even being able to understand the language we're talking when we talk about the pressure that the proximity to the metro area brings to us, for example, in public land management. So, and it's the difference in what we hear reflected in our citizens versus the citizens of those other places. So I think having someone that can reflect that understanding would be really important. And that's something we share. That the impact of the metro area on us is something we share with either one of those two districts, the 2nd or the 5th, or excuse me, not the 5th, but the 7th.
So, okay, it is noon. There's nobody waiting on us, so we don't have a hard stop here. I'm starting to think about next steps. One of the questions in my mind is, do we want to ask our staff, like Peter Lichtman, perhaps our attorney, to take a look at this and help us understand the process, or draft a letter? I'm willing to write a letter. I've done a bunch of research, but not trying to hog the glory. What are our next steps on this in terms of continuing to build alignment around what that ask is, and then get the work done of getting a letter written?
I have a question about the process, and George, you may know this. I know that this is a preliminary district. It says right on there, preliminary map. And there's a public response feedback process that is underway now. How long does that process last?
Into about mid-August. They have to have 3 hearings in each proposed district. One of the things I'm a little confused about is, I guess maybe you attend the hearings of the district you want to be in, maybe? I don't know. And then they established a preference for written comment, which can be submitted at any time. Another thing to keep in mind is, I was listening to this morning's meeting, and the nonpartisan staff person went out of his way to point out that this is with preliminary census data, and that they're anticipating a need for significant change when they get the real data. And so I think he was trying to express that there's a lot of room for flexibility moving forward.
Was that with relation to the state maps or the federal maps?
It was a meeting about the state maps. I think that the statement applies to both. He also made a statement about the Census Bureau is apparently trying to insert some more noise into their data. And that means that the estimates could differ pretty significantly from these estimates they're using now.
Yeah, and what I had heard yesterday was that there definitely is, what I took away from it is the state drawings are a lot more preliminary than the federal one. I don't know exactly what that means. And then my own comment about being strategic and gaining an advantage is it usually is to your benefit, especially if you're not a thought leader like we're not in this conversation, to wait till other people have played their cards and then have a chance to evaluate them and think about what our best response could be with that landscape already in place, rather than firing something else out there without really having our neighbors weigh in on anything yet.
That's one approach, and another one is, the snooze you lose approach, meaning that there's an intellectual inertia. A guy, a person that I respect a lot on strategic and legal thinking once told me that once an intellectual inertia gets so far down the line, it's harder to turn it around. And so I honestly feel that the sooner that if we act, that if we wait, we act, it implies that we may not care that much, or we're not as engaged. And I think it's more important to let them know that we're engaged. If we feel strongly this way, that we identify with the front range communities that surround us and are far more impacted like they are, and have similar philosophies about how to deal with those impacts to them, and we wish to be aligned with them, that the sooner we make that known, the better. I think it's a strong argument to be made, and I'd hate to see I'd hate to see everybody else start to fight their fights and resolve their issues, because once they resolve their issues, to get them to reopen those issues is going to be more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we're out of time. I guess I would just say, I don't feel strongly about this one way or the other, although I was happy to see us out of CD2 for the reasons that I described earlier. And I think some of the assumptions that you just listed off, Randy, I'm probably not as on board with as you are.
And I tend to agree with Randy on this one. And as far as timing, I think, I think putting us in CD3 is a pretty egregious mistake. And the conversation about second or seventh or anything else is secondary to the fact that it's inappropriate for us to be in the 3rd district. And I think I would love for us to set a goal of having a letter approved by next week.
Okay, so I'll just be clear. If you guys want to do something soon, you'll be doing it without my involvement.
That's okay.
Yeah, and I know that we're all 3 of us are on a team here, and it's nice to paddle in the same direction once opinions are expressed and votes are held. I would hope that you would want to join us in that.
Yeah, a wise man once told me that once I vote and it's behind me, I never look back.
So, okay, as far as next steps, I threw it out there, didn't get a response. Do we want to ask staff to take this on? Does staff feel they have the bandwidth to do so? Would we rather one of the commissioners take a stab at a draft?
I think that having our attorney do it is fine. Or George, if you want to jump out there but not steal any thunder from anyone else, then that's fine too, as long as the draft runs back by us, so that we have the opportunity to edit it as well.
Yeah.
I would respectfully suggest that I actually draft something for your consideration. Then I can work with both commissioners along with Sean, just to make him aware, keep him in the loop, but do it individually so that we're consistent with any open meeting situation.
That sounds good to me, Peter. And what I'll do, and I bet the others will as well, I'll send you what I have gathered.
That would be great. Thank you.
And what I'll do is I'll express on some of those issues I've been working on so hard, like transportation, recreation, and what we share with those other communities regarding that. I'll pass those along as well. They might offer, some help.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. And can we just really quick, is the intent of this letter, are we settled on like a desire to be in a district with Gilpin and that we want to express that next week? Or are we trying to draft a letter that's pretty quick out of the gates and just expresses our displeasure with being in the 3rd and just start there?
Yeah, for what it's worth, I don't agree with either of those precepts.
Well, I do. And I think that we start by expressing our opinion that our dissimilarities with the primarily with CD3 and our similarities to both 2 and 7 draw us that direction. And we can list, for example, our similarities to Gilpin as primary among those, but then list all of them because they're, I think, numerous and important. And I think we should go ahead and get that into our first letter and just get that shot out across the bow.
Okay, I can support that. And Sean, just want to try to understand, is your concern around content or timing or both or something else?
Mostly around timing. Again, I think there's more disadvantages to being hasty than advantages. And I, for example, haven't heard from Gilpin to understand what their thoughts are, or from Park or Summit or Grand or Eagle. I think that we have a lot in common with those counties that I just named, and I would be very curious to hear what the conversations are going, how they're going on. We had a brief informal conversation at the last commissioners gathering, legislators and commissioners, and I don't remember which of you, Randy or George, was there and which one wasn't there, but there was a spectrum of opinions expressed, and yeah, I'm very interested to hear what the consensus is emerging for similar counties. And then again, back to Gilpin. I like Gilpin. I think they're great. I think being aligned with them or not aligned with them is not anywhere close to the top of the list when I think about what's in our citizens' best interest when it comes to federal congressional districts.
Okay. I meant to mention this and I didn't. I did reach out to a couple of the commissioners in Gilpin, and they share my desire, and I think Randy has stated it, to be in a district with them and this definition of communities of interest.
Yeah, I had the same experience talking to them.
You talk, okay, well, there you go. So, okay, well, thank you, Sean, for clarifying. I just wanted to understand yeah, so I think we have what we need from this. Do you all?
I do.
I think so.
And thank you, Peter. I do think you're the best person to get this drafted. I didn't want to dump on you, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to beg off, but.
No worries.
Okay, I am going to give you your screens back. We are on our lunch break. We will be back at 12:30 to discuss retirement plan options for county employees with Kate Gramillion. has anybody had any communication from our next presenter?
George, I didn't pass on anything to you all, but I do have screenshots to send to you.
My apologies, Kate. I, for some reason, was thinking about the work session with Treasurer Dave Young. You are our presenter and you're here. And we've all heard from you. My apologies.
Oh, there's this. Okay.
Maybe we can give it just a minute. Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? It is 12:33. This is a work session to discuss retirement plan options for county employees. Kate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well today. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see this one. Which one it is. I could come up with a few options that are just purely what I think, what HR thinks might be some good options for potentially changing our plans for our employees. The plan agreement for the 401k plan allows for a fair amount of different variety of changes that can be made. But some of it is kind of interesting. So anyway, so I'll just kind of briefly go through some of the options that I've kind of dug up. The first one would be a graduated approach to additional amount that we give to the employees.
Kate, sorry to interrupt. Before you get much further, do you mind zooming in or going into reading mode? Just reduce the strain on our eyes.
Is that better?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure, no problem. So the first is that graduated amount, meaning so much that we give to the employee over the service of years period of time, basically. And on that first option, we don't expect employees to contribute themselves. So it would be 4%, which is what we currently do from 0 to 4 years. But then from 5 to 9, we'd have a new 5% thrown in there, or a 6, and then potentially a 6% from the 10 to 14 years, and then 7% after 15 years. Right now, we currently do the original 4% plus a 2%, so it's a whole 6% that we currently give to employees who are 15 years or more. The second is basically, the same type of a deal or an approach to it. But on that second option, we do expect the employee to then contribute the same amount. So they would be doing the 4%, they would be also doing the 5% we would be contributing, of course, and 6% and 7% equally on down. The third option is a graduated approach, but for a much shorter period of time. So the 0 to 2 years, 4%, 5% for 3 years of service, 6% for 4 years of service, 7% for 5 years of service. That was kind of on the notion of what Commissioner Wood had suggested potentially, is that we move up that years of service additional amount to be a lot shorter period of time. So we just threw that in there as another option. I'll show to you in a minute a spreadsheet that I kind of came up with that gives you a general idea anyway. It's kind of hard to really do this without making a gigantuan spreadsheet to show you all the changes throughout the years for each employee type thing. But on the fourth one, actually I asked my new assistant in HR what her choices would be, and she actually said, you know, I think number 4 is the best, because when you're brand new, you tend not to miss the money if it's just taken out right away from the very beginning. However, it's one of those deals where it's an irrevocable election according to the 401A agreement. Unless the agreement changes or goes through some sort of a change, then at that point in time, the employee could make a change to this. But on number 4, the thought is that they could either do the 4% or maybe up to whatever amount you guys would choose. But I was suggesting 8%, and then the county would match that. So the employee would be kind of the driver of the bus on that for their retirement plan. But at least it allows them to be a little more contributing if in fact they want to do more into their retirement plan. Because we do hear that often with employees when they come on board with the county. There are a lot of times the employer will say, can I do more than this 4%? Well, you can. You can throw money into the 457 plan, but this 401A is set in stone. So we only contribute 4% and you match that with 4%. So, you know, and they've heard from their certified financial planners and so forth, you know, if the county or the entity you work for is contributing, then you go for the max that matches whatever that they're putting into it, because that's free money. You don't want to leave that on the table. So number 4 is honestly, you know, our suggestion to you all, but you certainly, you know, if that seems like that's a little bit stiff to come up with, maybe we could come up with a different top end amount. The next is the vesting schedule. Right now we're on the 4-year plan. So the first year, an employee is not vested at all. However, they're contributing to it, and so are we. So the second year, there are 33% vested on the employer's portion. Of course, their portion is 100% always. The third year, they get 66%. And then by the end of the 4th year, they're 100% vested on what the county has contributed to their account. There are some options that we could come up with on the vesting schedule as well, because, you know, it seems to me that we have been prodded or told or whatever to try and do more for ourselves and not rely so much heavily on Social Security. So our employees, I've never heard an employee leave that says, oh gosh darn, I need to stay an extra couple of years to get that vesting part of what the county's thrown into there. I think it just makes sense that maybe we shorten that to potentially 2 years. So 0% the first year, and then they're 100%, or 0% the first year, and then after 2 years, they're 100% vested. Or we can do some sort of an option in between of what we're currently doing, obviously. So I gave you some retirement stats there at the bottom of my sheet there that 457B, currently we have 34% participation in that. And government retirement plans, we are fully vested no matter the years of service at age 55. And right now into the 401A, we, the employer, contribute 4%, the employee contributes 4%. And we do give that 2% additional to people who've been here 15 years, but that's a long time. And that's great for those of us who've been here a long time, but doesn't do much for the group in between. The other part that I wanted to show to you is I had come up with this spreadsheet. So basically, that option 1 and 2 were the graduated pieces, one being the graduated and the employee doesn't have to contribute, or it's graduated and the employee is expected to contribute as well over a long period of time, up to 15 years situation. So this column here in the middle is what would be that cost amount versus what it currently is, based upon the employee's actual years of service currently. Now, if we went with that shorter period of employees contributing to the plan, after 3 years, after 4 years, after 5 years, they get 5, 6, and 7%. This would be the cost based upon employees' current years of service. Now, if we just went with the last option where the employee gets to choose how much they're throwing in, I just went with everybody choosing 8%. But we know in the real world that probably would not happen. But still, that would be the ultimate cost of that. So that's the difference between that and that is double, basically. So I will be happy to send this stuff on to you guys. Questions, gentlemen?
Thanks, Kate. I guess I have a quick question for Beth. I was really excited about this topic and surprised that I didn't see anything in our packets about that ahead of this discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I was, trying desperately to keep up with all of the things that are going on around here, and I was not able to get that done until actually rather late.
Okay. I think that the options presented represent a pretty good spectrum. Would you mind, Kate, popping that screen back up?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to here.
I always look at things through the lens of behavioral economics when it comes to these type of things, and human decision making and choice architecture. And what I mean by that is the normal path for an employee who's new is they're going to do nothing, right? They're going to be presented with some information. They're going to be probably between moderately confused and totally overwhelmed. They're going to tell themselves they're going to go home and talk to their rich uncle about what they ought to do, and they're going to do nothing. That's what evidence has shown is going to happen. So with all that said, I don't like option number 4, because what's likely to happen is the minimum choice. I like option 3 the best. And in terms of the timing of the escalations, you could probably, I would probably even be in favor for something that's a little bit more aggressive than that. One question that I have, and I was just doing a little bit of Googling and I couldn't find it, 401k plans allow for auto enrollment and auto escalation. And what that means is, like, if you're that person who cares about their future but is busy and confused and do nothing, that the plan will magically increase your contributions over a time schedule, like 1% a year, or I think you can actually specify what that looks like. I know for sure that's possible in 401k plans. I don't know if we can do that in 401k plans. Do you know the answer to that, Kate?
Yeah, basically number 3 is that very thing. It's an automated situation. Obviously, we are mandatory with our participation in the plan to begin with. So they would be automatically put into the 4% when they arrive. And then, yes, after 3 years, it would just automatically go to 5%, to 6%, to 7%. That's how it's written into that agreement.
What is the average tenure of our employees right now, or the median? So take the median tenure. Is it 3 or 4 years? I mean, do we know what that is?
Oh, wow. I don't know exactly, to be specific, but I can give you a guesstimate, and that would be somewhere around 5 to 10 years is the average right now, because there's such a wide variety of persons leaving and then those coming on. It keeps changing.
Yeah, because I mean, the way that the plans and the fact that it's mandatory, I mean, it's mandatory except for elected officials, is my understanding, right? The 4% matched by 4%.
Correct. You guys can actually opt out.
Yep. I like the idea of starting at 4 and going up to some higher number. And is 7 the highest that we're allowed to use?
No, I believe it was kind of the sky's the limit. According to what I saw, how they had that agreement written out, we could actually plug in whatever numbers we wanted into there. We could probably go as high as like 12% if you wanted to. But
yeah, I mean, 7 is pretty. I mean, I think what I've read is if you save 15% of your salary toward long-term savings for your retirement, and basically just leave it alone and leave it diversified and rebalance, that you're likely to have a pretty adequate nest egg when you retire that will allow you to continue the lifestyle that you already have. And so I think 7%, maybe it's 8%, I don't know, but I think that's already kind of in the right area. And normally, I mean, I like the idea potentially of allowing people to opt out who may have their own reasons for not wanting to do it. On the other hand, I think for the vast majority of people, kind of forcing them to save money and have that matched at 100% by their employer, Clear Creek County, for the vast majority of people who may even not want to do that, 20 years down the road would say that's the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm glad that I didn't have the opportunity to think short term and do something that was not in my long-term financial best interest. So I kind of like option number 3. I would even probably be open to having the escalation happen 1% per year, knowing that at least half of our employees are never going to make it to 5 years, looking at whatever the data tells us, and it will tend to reward people for their loyalty and for their long-term commitment to being an employee. And the thing, again, I really like about that is I think for somebody who comes in and wants to make a career here, that's going to give them a great piece of financial security to go along with what they have from Social Security and put them in a really, really solid position going forward. I guess the one thing that I would like to see maybe a little bit more granular analysis of is what the fiscal impact of that would be to the taxpayers in terms of looking at, and I think we could probably just start with our current census of what we have employed to say, if this plan was in place right now and had been in place for the last 10 years or 7 years or whatever, what would the numbers actually look like compared to the 4% that we're already doing? And my guess is it's probably going to come in somewhere between the fiscal impact that you put in there between 2 and 3.
Yeah, exactly. That would be my guess as well.
And then the last thing I think that is a lot less important, but is still important. I really like the 457 plan. The 457 plan allows you to do Roth contributions as well as pre-tax. This is all pre-tax in 401A. The other thing that's super interesting about a 457 plan is it allows you to take money out without penalty after you terminate before age 59 and a half. So for people who are planning on wanting to work hard until they're 50 or 55 or something like that, the 457 plan is a great tool to allow you to build a bridge financing, if you will, for your retirement until you get to 59 and a half, and you can take out the money in your 401a. So one of the things that I would love to see that it won't even cost us much money is more of a focus on financial literacy for employees, not just with the retirement savings, but for things like budgeting, saving for college, even being smart about how you go to college in a way that minimizes your debt that you have to pay down the road. And I know I've mentioned before, there are nonprofits such as the one in New York that I can't think of right now, but that are very cost effective. And I'd heard from employees that we used to have a coach that was available to employees who could help you with different matters, including financial matters. And I just think that that would potentially be a really good resource to help people. Because I mean, retirement savings is important, but you know, that's only part of the picture.
Yes.
But anyway, thanks, Kate, for the analysis. I think that you I think that that's a good set of options, and I appreciate all the work you put into that.
I have a question on the vesting schedule, Kate, while you've got this screen up.
Sure.
You say you're currently set as 0% for the first year. When does 33% begin? The beginning of the second year or the end of the second year?
It's, okay, so if you left 18 months into the job, it would be half of that 33% that you would get. So it literally, they count it from each day. So you get the full 33% at the end of that second.
So you're prorated on a daily basis, except for the first year at which you're 0% throughout that year, and then it begins and runs from 0 to 33. And that explains it 100% by the end of the fourth year. That makes sense. And so the fourth year is prorated as well.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
So I'm very interested to hear from our new county manager on this. And I have some questions myself around what our goals are here. I'm a little confused about that. Are we trying to just maximize contributions because we're concerned about the financial health of our staff? Are we trying to improve our recruitment efforts or our retention efforts, or you know, which goals are we trying to hit? Because I'm.
Can I just interject? We were originally, when this all got started, we were talking about the Sheriff's Department wanting to try and bring in a pension plan. And the reason why the Sheriff's Department was so adamant about wanting to go to a pension plan was because they felt like they were not getting enough money towards their retirement plan, ultimately. And this would be another way to retain and, in all honesty, to bring on people as well, especially in the police force type situation, because it would give them more of the, wow, they really do care, and they really do care about my future, not just my current job.
Okay, that makes sense, and I do remember where the conversation started, and I guess, Sean, some of the questions and comments that you made me think sounded like the goal was just to maximize contributions. And when I look at the price tag associated with the goal of maximizing contributions, I wonder about, you know, functions that I think need to augment as a county, which would mean new staff. And I think, were those numbers, was that these decisions will cost us somewhere between an additional $500,000 to $1 million per year?
year.
Okay. So that's, I mean, $500,000 is.
It's basically where we're at currently with our 4%.
Oh, okay. So $500,000 is where we're at. This is not an additional
Right,
amount.
right here.
So we're talking about spending between $100,000 and $500,000 additionally every year.
Correct.
Okay. And I think that recruitment and retention are obviously very important. So is, creating the environment where people want to work here. They know the mission. They're committed to the mission. I wonder about incentives that are designed to, financial incentives that are designed to get people to stay. It seems like that would only come into play if somebody was thinking about leaving because maybe they weren't happy in their job. And a question we might want to ask ourselves is, if we have somebody on our staff who doesn't feel connected to the mission, or doesn't feel like the job is a good fit, how much money do we want to spend to try to keep them, knowing that about 50% of performance is voluntary? And that's like what I'm trying to think through right now, in terms of hitting the right mark and getting the best bang for the buck. And I'm all for augmenting this. I just want to understand what mark we're trying to hit and understand that it's something other than maximizing contributions.
So let me take that one. I'm curious to know what you mean by how much more money do we want to pay to keep them? So, because using your example, if we have an employee, from my perspective, who's not connected to the mission, that means they're not connected to the purpose of why we come to work every day. And I'm not so sure I'm interested in paying them anymore at that point, if they don't have that connection to the work that we do, right? So if and I have no reason to believe they're not, but if our hiring practices in the organization are working, we're already hiring folks who are connected to the mission and are connected to what we're doing in the organization. So they're running through the door engaged, wanting to do really good work. So as an organization, we then need to ask ourselves, what are we doing specifically to create the disengaged employee, right? How are we taking away that engagement that they have when they walk through the door every day? So we have to start by ensuring that these kinds of systems, our pay structures, are competitive with whomever we compete with. Our benefits, like we're discussing right now, are competitive with whomever we believe that we're competing with, right? I guess that's the way I would answer your question, George, with respect to how much more we want to pay for an individual employee. I think the question that I don't have an answer to is how does this compare, to whom we're competing with? That's the piece that I don't know. So, for instance, in the state that I came from, it's not competitive because you start on day one getting a 7% match from the organization who's paying into the state retirement system. But that's a different state, right? So I don't know how this compares to what other counties, who we're competing against with respect to the employees that we're hiring and wanting to do good work for us.
I think we could probably easily get that data from CRA.
Yes,
in terms of the other counties and cities and municipalities that are participating in the university systems, et cetera. Yeah, I would just comment real quick, George. I totally agree with the path that you're going down. I think that the third part of it is, I wouldn't call it maximizing contributions. I would call it something like honoring our social contract. I mean, I think that I think we do have some sort of paternalistic role to make sure that our employees are doing things that are in their own and their family's long-term best interests. And I really gravitate toward matching strategies where they're required to put in their own dollars alongside the county's dollars. I mean, basically allows the county's dollars to go twice as far and allows them to be more vested in the outcome. But to me, the goal is a secure retirement. It's basically to allow people to live with dignity and to continue the lifestyle that they had, while they were a member of the team.
Thank you for articulating that. That makes a lot of sense that we would want to, upon hiring an employee, say, hey, if you spend a career with us, you're going to be able to retire. So as far as next steps, I see that it's 1 o'clock, so I think we're through our 30 minutes. It seems like we just need Sean asked some questions that maybe staff can follow up on, and then we just need to spend a little more time on this.
Yeah, I think it's two things. I think it's how do we compare, and then the second one is looking at option 2 and maybe even accelerating it to a 1-year step up with our current census of employees and their salaries and their tenure. What would the price tag actually be? And then obviously it's going to be phased in over the next 7 years potentially.
I'll come back.
And then, sorry, to the extent, Brian, that you, I don't have to say this, but to the extent that you have interest or expertise here, I know you're new to the conversation, but I'm happy to allow the time to pass that gives Brian the time to, dig into this and put his fingerprints on it.
That would be appreciated. And I also think obviously there's a budgetary impact here also, so we need to plug it into our model, to our forecasting model to see what this is going to look like over time. So I think in the end, it becomes in some ways, it may become a budgetary decision for what we ultimately bring to the budget.
Excellent. So anything else need to be said on this one?
Actually, one more question, quick question. Sean, you just said option number 2. I had written down that you preferred option number 3.
I meant option number 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Kate, for your work here. And the next thing on our agenda is a work session with State Treasurer Dave Young. And I see that we have Dave here, and he's actually here. All right. Treasurer Young, thanks for joining us. What do you have on mind for us today?
Well, thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the situation here. I've had a little family medical situation happen. My sister lives down in Pueblo, and I had to rush down from Greeley. She's fine. She's getting better, but I'm sitting in a little cubbyhole here outside the nurses station. And so there's going to be a lot of noise and activity, but I figured maybe we just go ahead with it. So I also can't get my headset to work. So I think that would have been better. It would have drowned it, kind of controlled some of the noise. So I apologize for that, but really do appreciate you carving out some time for me today. And it's good to see you, Sean. We'll find out a little bit more. Maybe he's already shared with you how we work together, but really want to share an overview of the Treasury. And if I've got screen sharing capability, it looks like I do. I'm going to share a slide deck here. And how much time do I have?
Looking at the agenda, I would guess you have 30 or 60 minutes.
Well,
we might be able to decide that right now.
I know your time is valuable, so if we get to 30 and you think that you got to give me the hook, give me the hook.
My comment is going to be that since all we follow this with is, I believe, an executive session, and we're devoted to our community, that you've got the rest of the day if you want it. You can take us.
Oh goodness! Never tell somebody like me that. You'll end up with me for the rest of the day. And I would love to do that. I have plenty to talk about. So thanks for carving out the time. And let me just jump right in. I always like to give a Treasury overview to whoever I'm talking about, and we'll dig into some of these issues more deeply as we go through, but just feel free to jump in at any point if you have questions, and I won't make you wait to the end. So whenever you feel like you want to ask a question, please do. The way I talk about the work that we do, and it's very similar to your county treasurer, is that we manage the complex checkbook of the state of Colorado, just like your treasurer manages for Clear Creek. And so we certainly want to make sure that all our obligations are covered. We've got 23 different departments that are all doing transactions constantly, minute by minute. And so we're monitoring all of that, making sure that we have enough in the bank to cover all of those transactions. But as you know, in this low rate environment, it makes absolutely no sense to leave any dollar in the bank that you don't actually have to. So any dollar we can move over, we do put into investments. It's a very conservative portfolio. By Constitution, Colorado Constitution mandates that we have a really conservative portfolio, but we do a lot better than the 2 or 3 basis points we're getting in a money market fund. So we do try to move it and get the best we can for that. So there's a lot of accounting, cash management, investment work going on. About half of our staff are involved with unclaimed property, and I'll come back and talk a little bit about that as well. I also might mention, and Sean, you know Leah Marvin Riley, who is Policy and Communications Director for the Treasury, is on as well today. So if you ask me really hard questions, I'll just punt over to Leah to answer them. But the programs that I list there, I'm going to touch on pretty much the first 3 for sure. The others are others just to mention, and I think you're aware of HUTF and probably property tax reimbursement from natural disasters. I don't know if did Clear Creek put in a request for reimbursement? I don't recall. Based on the fires and everything that happened in the last season.
I don't know. I didn't hear that we had.
Okay. Well, if you were eligible, you would have been processing it, I'm sure. So not a big deal. Just thought I'd mention that. So let me jump into these in these programs. But before I do that, I think you're very much aware that as a result of the American Rescue Plan Act, there's been $3.8 billion allocated to state government and $2.3 billion to local governments. And that includes counties. So we have received the $3.8 billion already. That's come from the U.S. Treasury. I don't know if you've received an allocation, either a half tranche or a full payment of what you're due under the Rescue Plan Act. But just to back up a little bit, after that bill was passed, the governor and I and a whole constellation of legislators took a virtual listening tour around the state. So much like we're doing now with Zoom, we went geographically around the state to meet with folks around the state. We also did it by industry sector and advocacy groups to make sure we heard from everybody. That was the first 2 weeks of April. And I will send this deck, or Leah will send the deck to your staff, because these links are active. And the buildbackstrongercolorado.com website has the slide deck that was used in that event and that series of events. And actually they've got 19 videos of all the meetings. So I don't think you have to listen to all 19 of them, but it might be interested in listening to 1 or 2 just to get a flavor of what was happening. But we really did take time to listen to folks. And as a result of that, some themes emerged. And one theme that emerged was economic recovery. Not a surprise to anybody. People are really wanting to get the economy started again and want to see some of this money allocated to that. Affordable housing popped up as a big issue. It's a little different depending on where you are in the state as to what that means, but it was a consistent theme all the way across the state. And then mental health, behavioral health was another big theme that popped up across the state. And again, it depends on what part of the state you're in, but I mean, these were consistent themes all the way across. So the legislature took action right away before they recessed earlier and allocated about 1.3 billion of that 3.8 billion, really around budget integrity at the state level, to see if there was some things that we could pay off now. For example, debt service that in fact would free up general fund money. Also set aside some infrastructure money, some internal infrastructure money. To process all this, we're going to have some manpower, woman power to get it done. And so we're looking at that first, but the lion's share of this is still not allocated. And interim committees are going to be established soon. They're not formal interim committees. They're more informal task forces that are going to look at those 3 areas: economic recovery, affordable housing, and behavioral mental health, and formulate recommendations and what they've learned from further interaction with their constituencies. And eventually that's going to turn into bills. Well, it looks like my internet connection's unstable here. I wonder if it would make sense for me to, well, I can't even find my tools to not.
That's okay. Treasurer Young, you know what we can do? I can turn off your camera and you can keep speaking, and that should sustain your internet connection if you want.
That, I think that's preferable.
Okay.
I'm told I have a face for radio anyway, so.
No, I can do that for you if you like.
I can always go back to the first slide with my picture if you forget what I look like. So yeah, please do that. I think that's going to work fine. Thanks.
Okay.
And then so far, we've heard you just fine, just so you know.
Okay, great. Well, this should help. So thanks so much. So anyway, I want to flag this because there's still a lot of work to be done here. I want to be sure that everybody across the state weighs in on this. I know that these committees are going to, make virtual participation possible, and then of course, if bills come out of this process, they'll go through the regular process of committees in each chamber, just like we always do with bills in the state legislature, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for people to weigh in. I think one of the interesting things that emerged, I was down in Pueblo, well, down here again, but it was a few weeks ago. I was talking to Action 22, and Rick Garcia, the director of DOLA, came in on that as well, and was really talking about how we might look for opportunities between the state and local governments, maybe on a regional basis, to maybe leverage some of our money just in cooperation. I don't know if that's going to play out or not, but I just always want to flag that there's lots of ways to look at this. And, I think the biggest issue here is it's a strategic investment. Sure, we want to recover from the pandemic, but we also want to position all the regions of the state and the state in general to be much stronger coming out of this. And so what we do collaboratively, if there's an opportunity to do that, is maybe going to leverage that money in a lot better way. We all know that this is one-time only money. So, a lot of the feedback we got was, well, let's just, stand up programs and hire people. But that doesn't really work for one-time only money. You know that better than anybody as commissioners. You've got to have a sustainable budget. Once the federal money runs out, where does the sustainable budget money come from to continue to keep people hired? So it's a deeper conversation. And this is why, particularly with county commissioners, I always mention this, because I think you have a much better idea of budgeting and how to allocate monies that are one-time only for our best purposes. So my message is stay engaged with the process, because it's unfolding as we speak. And I'm going to stop there. Any questions about any of that before I go on? Okay, not seeing any, so I'll keep moving. I think you're in great shape. We always put this slide in just to make you aware of it, not flagging any problems or anything, but just so you know in statute that we are a service agency as a state treasury. And if there was a request for technical assistance and we had the expertise and capacity to provide that assistance, you certainly can call on us. And so I just want you to be aware that that's there. I'm not anticipating any problems, but we're always happy to help.
Hey, Dave, this is Sean. I had a question around that.
Yeah.
We periodically hear from our treasurer about our surplus, and our surplus is actually relatively large compared to our annual budget, because we had some good tax years with the Henderson mine in the past. And I think it might make sense. I mean, she's her own elected official, so she can obviously do whatever she wants. But if you're saying that you guys have some best practices, or maybe are able to lend the scale of the treasurer's office to help us make sure that we're getting every last penny out of our fund surpluses, is that what you're saying, or are you saying something different?
Yeah, no, we can do that. I mean, it could be around anything. You can see there some items listed around cash management, and certainly investments are listed, banking services, and so on. So, you guys are well established in Clear Creek, but sometimes in smaller counties, you get, more turnover, and you may not have the depth of expertise there, but we're more than happy to engage. Just make a request to us. As I mentioned, our investment portfolio by constitution is pretty conservative. It's really a fixed income bond, commercial paper, money market kind of portfolio, but we do run a treasury pool, and other entities do pool with us in order to gain advantage that way. And so, it's something that we certainly offer, and we get some local governments, we get some higher ed institutions that pool with us, and some that don't, so it's just an option.
Okay, thanks.
You bet. Always got to put a pitch in here. In 2020, I mentioned unclaimed property, and about half of our staff are devoted to this. We returned a record amount in 2020 of unclaimed property, over $47 million. And really proud of that. The staff and unclaimed properties worked really hard through this pandemic in remote status, and has actually discovered they can be just as effective, if not more effective, in that remote status. And so they're going to continue to work in that way. And so this is money that comes to us from lots of different sources. A lot of different entities give money, and they transmit it by statute to us once the dormancy period runs its course, and they've tried to notify and get somebody to claim it at their, in a bank or an insurance company or whatever. And so we hold over $1 billion of unclaimed property, and are really anxious to get that back to people. And so there's the website to go check. About 1 in 10 people actually have unclaimed property. And so I always encourage people, if you haven't checked recently, to go check not only for yourself, but your friends and family, your work colleagues, entities like nonprofits have money in there, even counties. And so if you think Clear Creek has any in there, let us know. We'll get it back to you. But we have the Arc of Colorado, great advocacy organization for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, found over $1,000 in the unclaimed property trust fund and claimed it, and we returned it back to them, and they used it to buy iPads for some clients that they were serving. So you never know. I'm actually the president of all unclaimed property administrators around the world this year. It's an organization called NAUPA, N-A-U-P-A. It's actually kind of misnamed because we actually have unclaimed property entities in Canada and as far away as Kenya that are part of the organization. But I'm the president this year. I put these other two websites in there because if you've lived in another state, or other people have, or another country even, it's worth going and checking to see if you have some unclaimed property there. You could fill up the rest of the day with me telling you stories about how people got separated and how they got their property back. Again, that's why I warned you, don't give me the whole day, because I can really have a fun time talking about this. But it is pretty amazing, and it's also pretty amazing investigative work, because we're actually becoming very proactive in seeking out people that we think we can identify through search tools like LexisNexis to let people know that we think that they have unclaimed property. So anyway, that's a really fun part of the job, and I always want to be sure people are aware of it.
Yeah, it is interesting. And my first interaction with unclaimed properties was when some legislators were viewing the unclaimed property fund as a potential revenue source for some programming. And the comments at the time were that, the unclaimed property fund just keeps growing and people aren't claiming their property. Seeing that you've chosen to be proactive is great. And I'll thank you personally, because I have some unclaimed property. So does my mother. So thank you. Maybe my mom and I can go out to dinner on this.
You never know. Part of the claims process is actually knowing and being able to articulate exactly the total amount, so we don't put it on the front facing or public facing website exactly how much it is. It's either, above 50 or below 50, but we've had people claim substantial amounts of of money that they didn't know was sitting in the treasury. And it is pretty amazing. You may be surprised. We had a family that claimed a savings account that no one in the family knew their mother had accumulated to the tune of $250,000. So I think you could have a number of dinners and $250,000 for sure. So go after it. Let's, if you have any problems, let me know. But I really think our staff has done a wonderful job of really processing these as quickly as they can. We do a lot of due diligence with this because we want to be sure we're returning the property to the rightful owner. So you got to be a little patient as we go through the process, particularly on larger claims.
Dave, do you have any, does your team have any resources around how to mount a appropriate little public information campaign? Because I mean, I've sort of heard of unclaimed property. I didn't even honestly know what it was. And I think it might be beneficial for us to put some sort of a reference on our county website, or maybe talk to the local paper about just putting a little bit of information in there so that people like George can go look at the website and see that there's something out there for themselves.
Well, you know, Sean, the fact that you've asked that question and Leah is online. Leah, I don't know if you want to jump in and just talk a little bit about the outreach that's beginning to build. I don't know if she's got the ability to unmute. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Hey, Leah, this is Sean. I was just asking if the treasurer's office has any type of resources that we might be able to leverage to help inform the public in Clear Creek about the program and about the process for checking for what unclaimed property is and for the process for determining whether you might have some out there.
Yeah, let me turn on my camera. So we have a bunch of different media outreach options. We have like graphics we could share with you that you could put on social media. We could write you a press release if you wanted, but the big thing we've been working on is getting these video ads made that are about to be distributed both on TV stations and throughout like different digital options. So we kind of soft launched it a couple weeks ago, but we're just in the process of doing this media push. So we're doing things, and I'd be happy to work with you just to send you anything that you wanted to share directly.
And along that line, you know, previous treasurers had done kind of a once a year big media push that resulted in kind of an avalanche of claims that overwhelmed our staff. You know, that's very similar to things that happen to you all at the county level. There'll be something and all of a sudden it's like Mother's Day at a restaurant. You've got everybody lined up and you don't have the staffing capacity to be able to handle it. So what we're trying to do is elevate a kind of a variety of different outreach efforts. So throughout the year, it looks different, but there's a higher level of outreach consistently all the way along through the year so that we can, you know, match our staffing to that elevated level of claims. And so we've been working through this kind of in a very stepwise way in order to make sure we can build the staffing to respond to the claims as they're coming in. So Leah's been working on that. So you know how to get a hold of Leah, Sean.
Yeah, what I would propose is Lee, maybe I can connect you and Beth and you can get us what you have available and then we can look at it on our end and figure out what we want to do. But I appreciate that.
You bet. I'm glad you found some unclaimed property too. Great. All right,
Thanks, two of us.
Let me keep moving. And that invariably happens, by the way. It's always interesting. I've been in front of legislative committees and somebody on the committee will say, I just found unclaimed property and actually it was a small amount and they've already processed the claim and they're sending it to my bank account. So, you know, it's always interesting when that happens. Just to touch base on this, we do both short-term tax anticipation notes, tax and revenue anticipation notes, kinds of debt management. We also do longer-term debt management with COPs, the most notably the rural sustainability tranches of transportation funding under Senate Bill 17-267. We just earlier in the month closed on another $500 million of COPs for transportation under that bill. So the Stapleton administration did one tranche and we've done two. We have a fourth one still to do a year from now. But We've gotten great rates below 2%, actually got premium. So it was 500 million, but we got 120 million in premium. So 620 million is going out to projects, and we're reducing the amount we're spending on interest, which is nice. So we put more to projects. So just an example of that. I think that would be of interest to you just from the work that you all do as well. But I just want to highlight that. This is something that actually I was just in Grand Junction meeting with the county treasurers last week. Leah and I were there because Senate Bill 21-293, the property tax bill, included sections about the senior and active military property tax deferrals. And I just want to be sure you know that I'm not talking about the homestead exemption now. This is a different program. So this is not exempting people from paying property tax, but they actually can take out a loan, essentially a lien on their. Uh-oh. I'm not sure why the lights just went out. Oh, there we go. Somebody, I guess it doesn't matter because my camera's off. The lights all went out. Anyway, somebody can, if they're in a situation, and this program's been in the statutes for a while, where they actually have a financial hardship, they can actually defer paying their property taxes, and they can and take out a loan for that. Some seniors just do that for years. Some do it on and on, and then let their estate settle it. It's not the right program for everybody, but what got our attention was that the legislature was interested in expanding this based on the concern that there was a real elevation of real property values that would result in a rapid increase in real property taxes. And of course, we all know, you all know, that this doesn't happen immediately. There's a whole assessment process. It takes time for that to play out. But this program is very labor intensive. It is for our office. It's very paper-based. We don't have any of the title information. So if somebody's going to take out a loan on their property, we really have to rely on the county treasurers and the clerks and recorders to verify, you know, the status of their property. Are they the owner? What are the other liens on the property, so that they can actually process this at the state level. So it's very labor intensive for both the state and the counties. And we wanted to let the legislature know that if they're going to expand this, that this is going to really take some funding in order to implement correctly. So that's why I was presenting to the county treasurers. They're all excited about, you know, collecting what the real costs are going to be to the counties. We're going to do the same thing. And, you know, they're going to have to do an assessment of at what level they're going to actually try to defer payments here for people. There is a cost to the state's budget. And I'm sure the Joint Budget Committee, on which I served for 4 years, is going to be very interested to hear exactly how much money they're on the hook for. So not a lot's going to happen now on this, but there is going to be a firm that's going to be doing the outreach to each county. And I just want to make sure you flag that. I know I flagged it with your treasurer, and they're going to be very active in this as well, so that we can send a really solid message back to the legislature, let them know exactly what it's going to cost to implement this. So I'll stop there. I don't know if you have any questions on this, but I just wanted to make sure you're aware of it as well. We had a great discussion in Grand Junction with the treasurers. It was an hour-long program just on this. So
I have a question on that one. How does that impact in the context of a successful ballot initiative for a tax increase that causes tax growth? Would that make a senior eligible to have a deferral?
It depends on what they ultimately land on, and I'll let Leah jump in a little bit too, because she you know, as a policy director was active with this bill. But my sense is it's going to be based on, in some way or another, tax growth. So as you see that second bullet, I think the way the legislation is written now is, you know, if they exceed a 4% tax growth cap over a 2-year period, then they become eligible. It doesn't mean they have to take, they actually have to enter the program, but they become eligible for that. But again, I think they're going to have to, so I think that could happen under a lot of different scenarios. Just could be AV that increases dramatically, and then their property taxes increase over that cap, or it could be other reasons that happens as well. It's really to prevent that hardship that occurs for people. But there's, the other side is, how much is that really going to cost to backfill that from the state's general fund? And so I got a feeling once the firm does the deep study, talks to us, talks to all the county treasurers and others, they're going to come back with scenarios to the legislature and say, all right, if you want to do this, this is what it costs. If you want to do it this way, this is what it's going to cost. And so none of this kicks in until tax year that starts January 1st, 2022. I'm sorry, 2023. And so the next legislative session, I think, is where they're going to look at all the scenarios and make a final decision about what it's really going to look like. So it's supposition right now, but it'll be active in the next legislative session once more is known about the costs. I know I'm not really answering your question. I'm sorry, but there's a little bit of unknown there.
You did just fine, thanks.
You bet. It's always an exciting moment when the legislature appears again every January. So never know. All right, want to flag this too. This is a response to the economic downturn. It was a bill that we got passed in 2020 to establish a small business loan program called Climber. And this program has launched. And if you're a small business owner, you may already be seeing some targeted media outreach coming to you as a business owner. This is not for all businesses. It's really 5 to 99 employees. It's really to complement what we saw was happening with the smallest of businesses under the Energized Gap, Colorado Gap Fund, and the larger PPP program. We knew that there were a lot of businesses that were kind of in an area there that they may not have been able to access PPP, and they were too big to access the Gap Fund. And we wanted to be sure that there was capital available. We know that some are thriving, but we know that some are still really struggling. And so this is a program that has an oversight board that I chair, but Chaffa is the loan program manager. And if you actually go to the website, climber-colorado.com, you can go to the small business menu and you can actually find lenders that are active participants in this. So we're using the underwriting resources of the community lenders across the state. This is not you apply to the state treasury for a loan. This is working through the lenders across the state. It's a 64 county program, and we're providing up to $250 million in capital to small businesses over the next couple of years. It's a public-private partnership. The state is providing $50 million, and on the private side, we have large investment banks that are contributing the other $200 million. We've already got the first tranche put together. It wasn't quite $50 million. It was, I think, $44 million, but we're actively working to distribute that to lenders and small businesses across the state. So I just want to flag that. Here's some more detail. Again, you'll get the deck, and so you can kind of dig into the specifics as we go forward. But we know that some of these small businesses that are really struggling have maxed out their credit cards, which is terrible because those rates are too high. And so we've really worked to try to get below market rate terms here. And you can see the loan sizes. And so we're using a lot of different ways to get the word out. We are, as I mentioned, doing a media outreach. Leah's been involved with that, but we're also doing targeted, for lack of a better word, non-media outreach. We're going to use navigators and trusted resources in the community that will reach out to businesses that they know that they have rapport with, to make sure that they're aware of the program. It may not be the right lending program for every business, but we want everyone to take a look. And so if you don't mind being a channel to help us get the word out, just want people to go to climber-colorado.com, take a good look at it and see if it works for them. It may, If it doesn't, that's fine too, but we just want to make sure everybody's heard of it.
Yeah, we have the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation that has its own loan program, which is a little bit similar but different than this. It would seem like they would be a really natural place to make sure that they were educated on this, as I know a lot of local businesses know about them and know about their loan programs, to be able to, like you said, kind of get the word out.
OEDIT is a partner with us, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. We're certainly using the SBDCs, but you know, Jeff Kraft has been a just integral piece of the development of this, and I'll mention that, Sean, to Jeff, to make sure that we're leveraging those kinds of outreach opportunities as well.
Sean, it's funny you mentioned CCEDC. I was just texting their executive director, and she says yes, she's aware and pointing businesses to the Climber Fund.
Perfect.
Great. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm excited. This has been a lot of legal and financial work to get to this point, and the fact that we're at line, we have, you know, launched it and it's active. We just want to really get it moving so we can recover our economy. And then we come to this program, and this is the one where Sean and I connect. Sean was on a study board with me from almost day one when I walked into the office, it felt like, and we were studying this problem that we have, that we have over 900,000 people here in the state of Colorado, mostly in private sector jobs that are low to middle income type jobs. And where they work, they don't have access to a retirement savings program. And we began to do a deep study of this, and really came out with some interesting results. Sean, I'm going to give you the floor whenever you want to take it from me to talk about this as well. But we did studies of marketplace type programs like you see in the state of Washington. We did studies of auto IRA opt-out programs like you would see in Oregon, California, and Illinois. We did another study called The Cost of Doing Nothing. And that was what I think compelled us to keep moving on this, because that was pretty dramatic. And we also studied, we had a company that just did a deep outreach to businesses and employees across the state to gather a better idea of what hurdles we may be experiencing as we try to engage people in saving. And the cost of doing nothing was interesting because we know if people aren't ready to retire, they don't have the financial ability to retire. Either they end up working longer, or if they're not physically able to continue to work longer, they end up on safety net services. And you all are very familiar with that because you administer those programs. You know, we're talking about Medicaid as well as Medicare. We're talking about housing supports and food stamps and, you know, all the stuff that is taxpayer funded. And what we discovered is if we don't do something about this, we don't put people on a better financial pathway, personally, that they're going to end up, the state's budget's going to take about a $10 billion hit over the next 15 years. And having sat on the Joint Budget Committee for 4 years, I can guarantee you, no matter what federal money is coming in, we don't have enough budget to handle a $10 billion hit. And so we were compelled to move forward on this. We ultimately came back as a study board with a recommendation in the 2020 legislative session to establish an auto enrollment IRA program like Oregon has. And the legislature passed that bill. And so we now have a program board that's been appointed, and Sean is again on that board and is working very intensely. We've already hired a program director, that's Hunter Rayleigh, and we've selected consultants to help us begin to design the RFPs that we'll need to hire a record keeper and fund managers. And so we're moving not as quickly as we did with the Climber program, but we're moving steadily forward because we want to launch this as soon as we can, cognizant of the fact that we don't want to do anything that really derails the recovery, particularly of very small businesses as we move forward. But we do want to get people on a better footing financially. So I think that's the only slide I have on that. Sean, whatever you would like to add is more than welcome.
Yeah, no, I think that was a really good overview. I really am honored to serve on that board. It's, I think, a great example of how government can partner with the private sector. I'm not sure Dave mentioned it, but it was created by the legislature, but the programs that are active in the other states are actually administered by third-party private entities, California, Oregon, Illinois. And I've been watching California's program pretty carefully, and they're really starting to achieve some scale. And kind of like Dave mentioned, it's all about helping people retire with dignity and giving people the same type of financial tools that they would have if they were working for a larger, more established company. And yeah, it's a fantastic board. I think Dave does a wonderful job of engaging everyone on the board. The board is very engaged and very diverse. And yeah, earlier in the month, we spent, Dave and I and a couple of other people spent the better part of an entire day going through an extremely fine-grained and I would call it scientific process to make sure that the state dollars were being spent appropriately to hire the right consultants. So yeah, it's an effort that I'm really proud to be part of. And I think it's going to be really exciting. And, if I live for another 20 or 30 years, maybe I'll be able to look back and say, this was something that I was part of that made a really positive difference in a lot of people's lives.
Well, I sure hope you're going to be living another 20 or 30 years. I'm planning on it, and I'm older than you. So keep it going. Yeah, I think it's a great point, Sean. That first bullet, this is a state facilitated program. So it's a public-private partnership, just like Climber is. And so, we're going to, set the policy limits, and the oversight board, but it's really the private sector record keeper company and the private sector fund managers that are really going to drive the program forward. So really excited about that.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting program. And you said something that piques my interest. Under the cost of doing nothing, you were talking about $1 billion or more within the next 10 years. That seems to
10 billion over 15 years.
10 billion. I didn't want to overstate it. Thank you. That seems to correlate to the silver tsunami. Is this related to the silver tsunami issue around, a big portion of our population retiring at the same time? And do you think this program will address that issue, or is it more intended to build security for folks closer to my age?
Yeah, it does address it to some extent, but I think everybody knows that the earlier you start to save, the better the outcome is as far as maximizing your return on those savings. And so if you've only got 5 or 10 years left in your career, you can still start saving. It's still always a good day. Today is always a good day to start saving. So you're not going to maybe save as much or be able to accumulate as much as you would have had you started earlier, but it is going to help defray that to some extent. So the quick answer is, and we learned this in the studies, right, Sean? And that is, yes, there's a $10 billion hit to the state's budget over the next 15 years. This will defray some of that, but not all of it. But if we can get people your age going on it and really get in the habit of saving and stick with it, we know that over the long haul, it's really going to turn that corner. For individuals, for sure, put them on a better financial pathway, but also kind of really mitigate that budget damage that we see coming. And financial education is a big piece of this, and it'll really be an important piece to help people really understand what they should or shouldn't do with their money. Because I think sometimes, you save a little bit and you haven't been able to save before, and then there are family needs that come up, and it's very tempting to dig in to the retirement savings account when it's absolutely essential. Certainly it's there, but we want to be sure people understand the implications of that. And that's why that financial education piece is so important.
And the last thing I'll throw in there was also a similar federal budget relieving impact as well, because a lot of the dollars we're talking about, as you would guess, are Medicaid dollars.
Right. Yeah, I think it was more like 8 billion federal hit as well. So it's really, when I focus on the state budget because I get so focused on that, but it's a substantial hit. So you're right, George. We're not gonna miss all of that because of the silver tsunami, But we're just, there's no time like now. I think coming to the legislature with this program in the height of the pandemic and the economic downturn seemed to be a challenge. But I think everybody recognized that the long-term impact of this doesn't get any better by waiting another year. So that's why we jumped in. So there's that. Let me just show you the last slide, which is my state cell phone number, my state email address, and the other social media, the website, treasury.colorado.gov. Feel free to reach out to me by phone or email if you have questions or ideas. I'm always interested in what you have to say. And so that concludes the presentation. I didn't quite make it in half an hour, but I didn't use a whole hour either. Unless you want to talk about unclaimed property some more, and then I'll use it all up.
The last thing I would throw out there is I think as we actually get to the point of rolling out secure savings, Clear Creek has small businesses, lots of them. We're very close to the capital. We're a fairly nimble county when it comes to getting things done. So if there's the opportunity to work with us or pilot some things with us, I'm guessing we would probably be very open to that.
Would be honored to do that. And, I know I've got a good conduit with you, but any of the commissioners or people in Clear Creek that want to, push to get us connected and collaborative on some efforts, we're always happy to engage that way. This is what I call wait time. I'm waiting to see if there are any other questions. I'm an old junior high teacher, so I always wait a little bit longer, see if there's some thoughts that are emerging. If not, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Treasurer Young, for coming to explain to us what you're up to over there. It's a fairly obscure office. Very important to have competent, dedicated folks, and seems like we've got the right guy here. So thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. Well, ask me back anytime. Happy to come and chat with you about specific things. You all take care. Thanks so much. Bye-bye now.
Okay. Just clicking over to my agenda here. That concludes the public portion of our agenda. We do have an executive session scheduled. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to matters related to a countywide ballot measure.
Second.
All in favor?
Are we to use the same link that we did earlier today, or is there?
That would be great if you could use the same link from this morning.
Okay, the board will now adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. In terms of timing, I don't have a great feel for how long this will last, but there's nothing else on the public agenda. And so you are welcome to watch this blank screen. When we get back, the business will be limited to us adjourning the meeting. So thank you. And we'll see you next week.
Do we need the chair to get out of here? I move.
There's 4 people in here. Who are they? Oh,
One attendee, that's Julie Weisman.
hi, Julie.
Okay, we have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. And we have nothing further on the public agenda. So we are adjourned.
Thank you.
You're right.
Thanks. Have a great day.